of the corporate world, imparting their wisdom, which comes from their expertise and experience. By far, SymbiTalks takes pride in having hosted distinguished personalities like Mr. Ashwin Acharya, CEO Indigo Airlines, India, Mr. Nitish Lal, TEDx speaker, Mr. Anand Pillai, former advisor of Mr. Mukesh Ambani, Mr. Chandrasekhar Shivaramu Heganur, executive manager at Deloitte, Hariram VM, HR leader at Eco Group, Vijay Sharma, director ops Group Credit Suisse, Santosh Kumar, senior strategy business partner, L&T, amongst others. Industry 5.0 provides a vision of industry that aims beyond efficiency and productivity as the primary goal, reinforcing the role and the contribution of industry to the society. The theme encapsulates the significance of research and development in the field of management. The sixth edition of SymbiTalks is aimed towards creating a platform where our budding managers can interact with the well-versed corporate leaders to widen their horizon of knowledge through the experience of the veteran leaders. On this note, we take pride in welcoming Dr. Ravi Kumar Jain, Director, SIBM Hyderabad, Dr. Shyam Sundar Chitta, Deputy Director, Dr. Tanmoy De, in charge of Student Affairs, Mr. Nicholas Ross, Head of Corporate Relations, our keynote speaker for the day, Mr. A. Vinod Kumar, CEO, SAN Network Private Limited, all our esteemed faculty members, and dear friends to SymbiTalks 6.0.
Let us begin the event by lighting a lamp and invoking Goddess Saraswati, as it is said, Saraswatiyam Vidyanam Devata Jnanadayini Asya Vardahastena Jnanavan Khalu Manava, which means Goddess Saraswati is the goddess of knowledge. By her blessings, a human being becomes a scholar. We now invite Mr. Ravi Kumar Jain, Director, SIBM Hyderabad, Mr. Shyam Sundar Chitta, Deputy Director, Mr. A. Vinod Kumar, Keynote Speaker, Ms. Riddhi Rani, Assistant Professor, Mr. Vishesh Rateja, Student Lead Corporate Interaction Cell, to light the lamp of wisdom and Antardhwani Aro for Saraswati Vandana.
We would also like to invite Dr. Satya Prasad for lightening the lamp. Sir, please.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा पूजिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा। ॐ सरस्वती नमस्तुभ्यं वरदे कामरूपिणी विद्यारम्भं करिष्यामि सिद्धिर्भवतु मे सदा।
Thank you all. Great leaders harness personal courage, capture the hearts and minds of others, and empower new leaders to make the world a better place. Quoting thus, we would now like to introduce our leader, the captain of our ship, Dr. Ravi Kumar Jain. Dr. Ravi Kumar Jain is the founding director of Symbiosis Institute of Business Management, Hyderabad, He is a startup evangelist and mentor at T-Hub, which is a startup incubator, playing a proactive role in building India's startup ecosystem. A distinguished academician with over 130 international and national publications to his credit, Dr. Jain serves on several expert committees for Government of India, BIS, Bureau of Indian Standards, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Working Group for Sustainable Finance, Subcommittee on Swayam for Curriculum Mapping by UGC and AICTE, Ministry of Education, Government of India, Member Board of Studies, All India Management Association, IMA. Dr. Jain also serves on management committees and boards of industry, academic associations such as DSI USA, Asia Pacific Division DSI, HMA, FTCCI, AIMS Telangana, ASSOCHAM, and now Foundation, to name a few. Prior to his appointment as Director SIBM, Dr. Jain was founding director and associate dean at Symbiosis Center for Research and Innovation at SIU Pune. He has been conferred with several awards, including Academician Excellence Award 2021 by HMA, Best Director of B School 2018 by IASDSI, Distinguished Services 2019 by Asia Pacific DSI, Researcher of the Year Award 2004 for Best Contribution at an International Conference, Shiksha Ratan Award 2013 by Indo-US Friendship Society, and several others. Dr. Jain is a PhD and a postgraduate in business management with specialization in market microstructure, strategy, corporate finance, and ICT. We welcome you, sir, and invite you to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you. Namaste to all of you. A very good morning to today's keynote speaker, Mr. Vinod Kumar. Interestingly, he is part of the Symbiosis family. He is an alumnus of SEMHRD. My dear colleagues, Professor Chitta, Professor Satya, Professor Day, Riddhi, and all others, corporate energizers, Mr. Ross and Srinivas, the champions of change of Symbiosis Hyderabad, and the coordinating team or organizing team for this Simbi 6.0, and they are talking about Industry 5.0 and beyond. I was just, having a conversation with Vinod in my office, and I was just sharing with him a quick snapshot of the journey of this campus and some of the bold decisions that we have taken, which were out of place by the standards of those times. When I said those times, I'm talking about the pre-COVID era, and perhaps those bold decisions have prepared us well to be ready to absorb the shocks even during COVID and the so-called post-COVID. So timelines now have been divided into pre-COVID, before COVID, during COVID, and after COVID. And I'm already talking about after COVID because I'm praying and presuming that we are passed through the worst of the pandemic, and I pray God that that should be the case going forward, and this Omicron guy should not trouble us too much. I was also sharing a few things that from Simbi 1.0 to Simbi 6.0, the transition, the transformation or the change which is very visible is my role. I've been reduced to a guest who is given 5 minutes to talk from my active role of being a partner in the event in the very first talk. I was juggling around to whom to invite, what to do, the timelines, calendars and all. So I was part of the team. But these guys were unreasonable. They have already, took me out of the team and they say, sir, you be the guest. We'll invite you and we'll also give you a speaking slot. I think it's a matter of fulfillment and satisfaction for me. And they say, a leader is always a leader, perhaps is considered to be a good leader if his presence become redundant. His followers are no more followers, and in fact they are leaders themselves. And I think I am enjoying the whole idea of being redundant, especially this in SymbiTalks and your event. And I'm also delighted that you have invited me as guest and you have thought I am worth to be invited as a guest in your event. That's the major journey I could see, and the transition. This also reflects the kind of learnings that you had from batch after batch and the knowledge that is transferred from year after year, and what you are today in terms of your ability to organize an event of this scale, in your ability to engage with corporate leaders, senior corporate leaders, and pull them onto this platform, and more importantly to create SymbiTalks as a brand in itself. So among student community, a lot of events happen, a lot of B schools do a lot of events. But there are certain events which are marquee events where students across the country actually look forward to. And one such event, one such, I would say, logo which sticks in the minds of the management graduates as well as corporate practitioners is SymbiTalks. And when we talk to our friends in corporate world, they do talk about, yes, we remember, or we have heard about it, or we know what you guys do in SymbiTalks. Again, that's a matter of satisfaction for me. I mean, anytime anyone wanted me to talk about Symbiosis Hyderabad, in fact, I go on and overboard. Many a times the listeners actually indicate कि अब बहुत हो गया, कुछ और बात करेंगे. Such is the attachment I have with this campus and the guys, on the other side. And in fact, you are the ones who are making this campus what it is today. The idea of SymbiTalks, when we conceptualized, and the journey that I was talking about, is to ensure that we develop a meaningful engagement with the corporate. Now, management education is not typical classroom education, or it is not complete if it is limited only to classroom education. A lot is learned when you are organizing events like this. A lot is learned when you are engaging with corporate on variety of forums. And SymbiTalks was one such forum that we wanted to create to engage well and have something called experience sharing. And I strongly believe management education can be taught or can be learned in 2 ways or 3 ways. One is experience sharing. The other is experiential learning, where you learn by doing it. You learn by immersing into it. You learn by engaging in it. Second is to learn from the experiences of people who are already there, have been there and done that, who have had their share of successes and failures, challenges of decision making, tough decisions to make, and who have weathered the storm in their corporate life. That treasure of experience is always is left unexplored. And we thought SymbiTalks would be right forum to bring on that experience by experience sharing. And the third is by being in a simulated environment or using case method or case study. So where you be part of or witness a success story or a failure story through a storytelling method. And SIBM Hyderabad does all these 3 things, and SymbiTalks is one piece in the entire puzzle. of what, what has made Symbiosis Hyderabad campus as what it is today. Coming to the topic, we have talked about the transition of industry from the old Stone Age agrarian economy to the knowledge economy and to digital and social economy and so on. So in last 20 years, we have already witnessed the so-called transition of industry 2.0 to 3.0, where we talked about IT and knowledge base, then 4.0 when we talked about all connectedness and all, and now 5.0 and beyond. So industry is transitioning very, very fast, and I'm sure you all know the aging and the period of each of these eras. Agrarian economy was for a couple of centuries, and then industrial economy was for a few decades, and knowledge economy dominated by IT, ITES for a few decades. And we are talking about digital just a couple of decades, and now we are moving on. Means industry and the world of business is transitioning very fast. And to keep pace with that, we have to have a solid model to engage with the industry and ensure that education also, or education system, or the teaching learning system, I must say, also move with this equal pace, same pace, so that we stay relevant. If there is a gap, then what happens is what we are learning today, and when we go to industry, we are already irrelevant there. We have to start from zero again. So the idea of Industry 5.0 and what we are supposed to do as management graduates, as the leaders of business tomorrow, leaders of social, I would say, transition tomorrow, or somebody who is going to champion the ESG targets for the world and make the world a better place tomorrow. So industry and community and society should go hand in hand, and we have to remain abreast with the developments. How and what is relevant from the industrial aspect, and what is relevant for the learning part, and where do we draw the line, and where do we filter things. Now, business schools always have been, I must say, blamed, or rather looked at as factories that churned out ruthless competitors. That's what at least, the Ivy League schools are looked at. And whenever there is a major scam or major, eventuality in industrial world, they say, these are the guys who come from business schools, and they are the guys who actually have spoiled the whole environment or whole, mahol. Now here at Symbiosis Hyderabad, we in fact, day one, we resolved that we are going to churn out responsible managers. Business leaders of tomorrow who are conscious about environment. Business leaders of tomorrow who would consume environment in a responsible manner. Responsible consumption is something which is ingrained. And that translates into our vision, which says nurturing socially conscious business leaders of tomorrow. I think my time is up. He's already indicating that I have overshot my time. So I will stop here with best wishes to all you guys, best wishes to my congratulations to the organizing team, and thanks to Vinod and other corporate leaders who are going to participate in the next 2 days, that is today and tomorrow, in the deliberations, and they are going to bring out their experience and share their thoughts on the very relevant topic. Thanks once again for making me part of this gala event, a signature event of yours, and I think I will also try and contribute in whatever way possible I can. Thank you so much, guys. Have a great day, and I'm sure you are going to enjoy the deliberations for the next 2 days. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir.
In today's competitive world, being ruthlessly efficient will only help one grow, as it would play to everyone's strong suits, giving them the necessary tools to thrive in an ever-changing environment. On the other hand, empathy shows a deep respect for co-workers and shows that one cares. An empathic leadership style can make everyone feel like a team and increase productivity, morale, and loyalty. To enlighten us how to strike a balance between ruthless efficiency and emotional empathy, we now invite our keynote speaker, Mr. Vinod Kumar, CEO, SAN Network Private Limited. Mr. Vinod Kumar has 25 years of multi-role and multicultural experience in family-promoted Indian MNCs, American and Swedish MNC JVs, and as an entrepreneur. He has held CXO positions in Seat Limited, Valvoline Cummins, Volvo Eicher Commercial Vehicles, and KEC International. His core areas of expertise are go-to-market strategy, marketing and product management, business transformation, P&L management, sales and distribution management, and sales capability enhancement. He has diverse experience of driving business in B2C, B2B, and B2G segments across sectors and has successfully built businesses across multiple consumer segments and markets through sharply defined strategic approach and executive affection in intensely competitive environments. He has managed steady-state businesses, turnaround case businesses, and new businesses. Since 2019, he has been on an entrepreneurial journey. He runs SAN Network, a marketing and communications organization focusing on last-mile connect with consumers, retailers, and influencers in rural and semi-urban markets. He helps clients grow profitably in target markets by insight-driven consumer and channel interventions and by impactful go-to-market strategy and execution. Mr. Kumar pursued post-graduation in management from Symbiosis University. He is an alumnus of Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta, from where he did the executive program in growth strategies for business leaders. He is also a certified international trainer and coach from Indian Leadership Academy, Bangalore. He is associated with IIT Madras, Gopalakrishnan Deshpande Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship as a lean startup instructor where he guides and mentors startups in the STEM space. Mr. Vinod Kumar is also an avid long-distance runner and high-altitude trekker. We welcome you, sir, and invite you to kindly address the gathering.
Oh, yeah. You'll have to just help me with the time. I'll take about 30 minutes. At the 20th minute, just show me a second. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me here today. It feels nice and great to be back in a Simbi campus, and I've been over the last 25 years since we passed out in '96 from SMHRD when we had the campus in Senapati Bapat Road, Pune. Quite a few times to the various Simbi campuses, but I'm really excited to be here, and thank you, Dr. Ravi Kumar Jain, for the wonderful welcome. And it was very encouraging to listen to you talk about how you built this institute with a lot of passion in the last 7 years. And I think this is a great example of both ruthless efficiency and empathy. And I think you'll have a lot to learn from him. Very little from what I talk, but I think following somebody who's balancing that very well is a great thing for all people associated with this institute. Uh, so, I'm not going to share anything theoretical. Okay, whatever I put on these slides is just to aid the discussion with all of you, and it's more of my experiences which I bring in and my thoughts from the practical world, which I'm going to share with you over the next 30-35 minutes, and I'll be happy to be countered, to be questions coming up. And will be happy to get into any kind of debate or even argument with any of you. I'll be very glad to do that, right? So this is a very interesting topic. Ruthless efficiency, emotional empathy, they seem to be opposites, right? Uh, so, is it visible? Can you read it? Maybe you can reduce the light, then it might, these lights on the stage. Yeah, that's better, okay. Okay, so the question is it ruthless efficiency or emotional empathy? And we are talking in the context of business leaders, right? So we will not talk about general life. We will talk about business leaders here. Or is it ruthless efficiency and emotional empathy, right? And over the next 30 minutes, we'll try to get an answer to it. I won't give you an answer. It's for you to think and decide how you would like to look at these two pieces, which are extremely important for your work life and also in your personal lives, right? So if you look up the definition of the word ruthless, right, what do you get? You read about somebody who's pitiless, has no pity, no compassion on others or people whom he or she is engaging with. Somebody who is determined to succeed at any cost, and somebody who would do that without caring about others, and somebody who's mean, who's like wants to get ahead at any cost. So my question is, what's wrong with all that in the business environment, right? We are not here to do charity. We are here to make profits for our businesses, right? But that's not all, right? There's more to it, right? So is there something really wrong with being ruthless? We hear a lot about, empathy. You open up LinkedIn, you'll find a lot of articles today on, empathy. You'll find on kindness. You'll find on care. But you don't really find something on, somebody who's been very ruthless in building up a business. Somebody who's been very ruthless in building a business and creating thousands of job opportunities. Somebody who's ruthless in building up the business and developing a particular part of the country or any part of the economy or so on. So we will go through it, what's good, what's bad, and then I'll leave it to you to decide what path you would like to take. So there are a few points which I've put up from real life, and all of you would be able to relate to it. And these are basically thought triggers, right? So Samsung is ruthless in taking on competition. So what do you think about it? Is there something wrong with Samsung being ruthless with its competitors? Yeah? Okay, many of you are nodding no, right? Dravid and Lakshman, this was I think 10 years back in Kolkata when they turned around test match, and probably this was a turning point in Indian cricket, especially in test cricket. And they had a ruthless partnership. I mean, they were ruthless on the Australian bowlers. They were their competitors. I mean, either you could be nice and kind to them and let them dominate you, or you be the opposite and dominate your opponents. So here, was it required that they be ruthless in their approach in those 2 days that they batted? Right? Another context, a business which is trying to earn revenues, trying to increase profits, cut losses, and so on. Okay, there's one element where a lot of companies, a lot of organizations will find a very ruthless, which is in cutting costs. And you will actually find in a lot of these organizations, and I have seen it, and I have been in that shoes in my junior days, when we used to see our CEO or the MD being very ruthless on cutting costs, whether it is manpower, whether it is, some repairs, whether it is traveling costs, advertising costs, and so on. But when we look back at it, it was very important because otherwise the company probably wouldn't have survived in those days. And I'm talking of Seat Tires, where I spent 16 years of my career. And when I joined, and over the next few years, we were in a kind of situation like, a company could shut down anytime. It was that bad. And then it turned around, and then it's doing extremely well now. So as a business leader, is it wrong if you are extremely ruthless in cutting down your costs, right? That's again some questions, and you will find yourself in these positions over the next few years. Okay. Another one, social sector, right? Okay, so we are not talking about ruthlessness only in business. So the Indian government has been extremely ruthless over the years in addressing, in trying to eradicate the scourge of polio, and we are now a polio-free country. We've been declared a polio-free country many years back. So would it have been possible if you started thinking about, oh, what will people think about their cultural beliefs, their religious beliefs? No, I will let this segment not get vaccinated or immunized, but, would that have been possible? No, it has to be ruthless. It has to be. So here the thing was, execution was ruthless, right? You went ahead, you had a goal, you had an objective, which was for the common good of everybody, and you be ruthless in executing it, right? Similarly, at your home, if you want to declutter your house, would you let a lot of sentimental thoughts come in the way of removing things which you've never used or never, being lying around the house and then cluttering your house, right? These are some personal situations you might face. Similarly, one of the examples I gave earlier, CEO of a company is working on a turnaround strategy. He's got to be, he's got to be ruthless, otherwise the company may not exist after a few quarters, right? So I gave you this example of Seat. So we had a CEO who had come in, after a long, stint of bad performance by the company. And he was very cutthroat, right? We used to feel that he was very cutthroat, he was very ruthless, and so on. So he used to end every meeting, giving targets to people, whether it was sales targets, whether it was production targets, whether it was, manpower productivity targets, cost-cutting targets, and so on. And the last question he used to ask in every meeting, okay, if this target does not happen, whose neck will be on the line, right? And it was a culture shock for all of us, right? We were a company which was used to kind of, okay, target didn't happen, market conditions were bad, competitors have more money to spend in the market, so what can we do? But his way of approaching this was very different, and the ownership and the, the whole thing of that it's our company and we need to do things which are required to make it survive and then grow, that came through this kind of ruthless approach, right? Feedbacks to you by your own, your boss or your HR partners or your friends, your family. Do you think it will be good that they give you really frank feedbacks, be very cutthroat about it? They don't think, okay, what will he think if I give him this feedback? What will he think if I tell him that he's bad at this thing? You'll never improve. You'll remain where you are. So you need to be ruthless there. It's very important aspect of one's life. Companies like Unilever, they're very ruthless in analyzing their marketing expenses, advertising expenses. So now all the monies they spend, right up to the last rupee, they look at metrics. It could be market share, it could be customer reach, it could be consumer action, it could be some new retailer expansion, and so on, right? But they have a metric for every paisa they spend. It is not that, okay, there's a classic saying which says, I know half the money which I spend on advertising goes waste. Problem is which half, I don't know, right? It doesn't hold true anymore. Companies who are very focused and who are leaders especially, they evaluate to the last paise. We may think that HUL has a budget of 2,000 crores, so they may be, loosening their purse strings. They're very tight-fisted. And the reason why they are on top is because of that, right? Very ruthless in certain things. So why do you need ruthless efficiency, right? So every business, and I'm talking in the context of you being future business leaders, right? And being groomed as business leaders during a stint here. Business organizations exist to meet their objectives, which is simple and clear: profits for shareholders, okay? Now, this does not mean that you don't worry about the environment or society or anything else, while on your path to achieving your profit objective. I'll come to that. But let's remember that every business is run with somebody else's money, okay? It's the shareholders' money, and you owe them a return for it. This is how businesses run, right? Even if it's a government company, it's the public's money. So how do you spend it well, how do you get a return on it is very important. Similarly, many of you would work with social sector companies, development sector companies, NGOs, and so on. There, it's probably a non-profit, not-for-profit situation. But that does not mean that they don't have any objectives, that they don't have any targets. They have targets which are based on how many lives you have impacted. Is it 1 million children who are immunized? Is it 2 million school children who have been fed nutritious midday meals? Is it so many, homemakers skilled in a particular, skill so that they could have an additional income for the family, and so on. And NGOs need to achieve those targets because their funders, which would be corporates, governments, would evaluate them on the impact they have created. So they also have targets. It's not that if you don't have a profit target, you don't have a target, right? And that's where ruthless efficiency comes in to drive what you're doing and meet the objectives which your organization has set out to achieve, whether it is profits or whether it is specific social impacts. Right? And there could be many other examples of organizations in between, or a mix of two, or companies having both business objectives and a wing which does CSR and so on. So, as I've said here, both have non-negotiable targets, and that's where your ruthlessness in executing your plans come into play. Then why emotional empathy in all this? That's a question which many people would ask. If you have to be ruthless, if you have to only earn profits, if you have to only reach your social objectives, then why emotional empathy? Why talk about all this, right? It is important because you're dealing with people, right? Tomorrow, we are saying it's going to be an automated world, AI will take over, there'll be robots which will be doing most of the mechanical work or the repetitive work, but it will still be humans who will be working. You'll still be humans, probably will be taking decisions for many years to come. And that's why this is important. You are dealing with employees, you'll be dealing with your vendors, you'll be dealing with your customers, you'll be dealing with your channel members, you'll be dealing with your service partners, you'll be dealing with your competitors also, right? And that's where empathy, emotional empathy plays a very important role in determining whether your business or your organization succeeds in its objectives. Right. So empathy connects people. It helps build a few good things for the business, for the organization. It brings in more creativity into the way people work and approach problems and opportunities and find solutions. It helps employees and people associated with the organization feel safe that, okay, they're working with a good organization, they're working with a good set of people, they're working with a good set of business leaders who have, while on one side, a sharp eye on the objectives of the business, but they know that to achieve it, they need to take care of the people, right? So that's where that feeling safe comes in, because today's world is very, very uncertain. As you would hear the most often used term VUCA, right? So, and it's getting more and more like that over the days. You have COVID coming in, you have a lot of issues in a lot of places across the country, across the world, and so on. So people need to feel safe when they're working with you. They need to feel comfortable. They need to feel, okay, if something really goes wrong, which is beyond my hands, not my responsibility, there's somebody to take care, right? And a lot of organizations have demonstrated that in the last 1.5 years. And these are the organizations which will continue to do well, which will continue to attract the best of people, right? Emotional connect, right? Emotional connect is very important with a business, because if you're not emotionally connected with your organization and emotionally connected with the objective that your business is set out to do, you will always be playing at a distance. You will always be a fringe player if you're not emotionally connected. It's extremely important, and this has been my experience over the last 25 years, that it's extremely important to be emotionally connected with the goal of the organization and your own personal goals in the organization. It cannot be, okay, I'm being paid a salary, so that's why I'm doing this for the company. That may be your physiological need, but that's not what will drive you and your company to greater heights, right? It will help you just sustain, and it will be a very transactional kind of engagement with the organization. There has to be emotional connect. So that's why, people talk about purpose, people talk about doing what I like. People, you would have heard a lot of people you have interacted with, both in campus and outside, counselors and so on, find a job which you like and you don't have to work for the rest of your life and things like that. This all got to do with emotional connect. If you're emotionally connected with the work you're doing, then you really give everything into it, right? It helps you in other things like negotiation, collaboration. It's very important. And 2-3 things I would like to emphasize in terms of why empathy is important in dealing with the different stakeholders in a business. Let's take customers for an example, right? Why should you be showing empathy when you're dealing with your customers, right? Customers are there, they need a product or a service, they are paying for it, I'm making it and giving it to them, right? Fine, that's where the basic definition of a business might lie. Now, customers have options today. There are so many customers, so many competitors you have, the customers can go there, right? Customers have a choice today. It's not like 30, 40 years back where most of the businesses in our country especially were either a monopoly or a duopoly. Customers had no choice. You want a scooter, you only have a Chetak. You want a car, you only have a Fiat or an Ambassador, which will come 6 months after you book the vehicle, right? So car comes, after you take it out from the showroom, you go to a mechanic and do all the work before it's fit for you to drive. It was that stage 35, 40 years back. But today, it's very different, right? You have so many players, and companies need to understand their customers well, and both before you design the product and after you sell the product. And that's where if you show empathy towards your customers, it will help you understand them well, give them the confidence in you to be constantly engaged with you as a customer and as a repeat customer. Similarly with your vendors, similarly with your competitors also. It's important with competitors. We don't think that, about competitor as somebody to whom you should show empathy and understand what he or she is doing. It's very important today because you will find increasingly, and I'm sure most of you would be aware that today a lot of competitors are collaborating together, whether it is on common manufacturing facilities, Nissan, Renault, Toyota, Suzuki in India and in many countries. Competitors are collaborating on distribution channels. Companies are collaborating on technology and research and development. Competitors are collaborating on, and working together to sell their products, maybe not non-competing SKUs, through the same distributor into the same channel and to the same customer, right? And so that's where you need to understand your competitor well, and vice versa. And that's where empathy with your competitors plays a very important role, right? You may be ruthless in your negotiation with them to get a better deal, get a better margin, get better service agreements and so on. But your engagement, your execution, everything has to have a certain level of empathy so that it succeeds on both sides. Okay. So I'm sure you would have all read, but I'm just reinforcing. Empathy is distinct from sympathy. It's the ability to experience and relate to the thoughts and emotions and experience of others. Very important when you are engaging with your employees and your customers. But at the same time, equally important when you are engaging with your channel partners, when you are engaging with your vendors, when you are engaging with your competitors, future employees, and so on, right? So these are some definitions. I just put it while I was preparing this deck. And as future business leaders, there is no perfect answer to what is the best form of empathy, or, how do I say that I have more empathy than my colleague with whom I'm competing to rise in the organization, right? So everybody has their own way. Don't think too much about that. Just focus on the people you are engaging with and how you can understand them and think in their shoes. That's a very practical tip. Don't get into too much of textbook stuff of how to build this kind of empathy, that kind of, you will develop it. It will come over a period of time. Don't try and do too many things right at the beginning of your career. You will get confused, right? So, and empathy is something which need not be an inherent trait, right? It need not be inherent in you today, but it can be developed. It's something which business leaders, managers can develop over a period of time, right? And these are some points which I've said. So, you need to deal with your own emotions before you, deal with other people's emotions. You need to have a control over your emotions. There are many times you may express frustration, you may express anger, you may express helplessness, you may express extreme joy and overconfidence. Keep those in moderation when you are dealing with somebody else, right? And when you are trying to get into somebody else's shoes, to think what that person is thinking about, to experience what he or she is going through, keep your viewpoints aside and be genuine in your reaction. You need not be, oh great, every time he says something, oh great, you're brilliant, you are this thing. It comes out as very artificial after some time, right? So you'll find a lot of people doing that. It actually gets irritating after a while. So be genuine. Doesn't matter. If you're somebody who doesn't give a word of appreciation after every paragraph which somebody talks, it's all right. It doesn't matter. The genuineness will come out naturally, right? Focus on the problem, because people will come to you with problems, right? Nobody comes and tells you, oh, I did this, this is something which is great, which is happening, and I'm happy with everything in life. People generally come to you with problems. Customer will say, my product is not working well. Dealer will say, I'm not earning enough margins. Your factory guy will come and say, I need a particular investment, otherwise, the machinery is breaking down. Finance guy will say, collection is not happening, so I have to pay higher interest rate on borrowed money, and so on. So everybody will come with problems to you. Nobody generally comes with a lot of good things. This is the reality of work life, okay? And so you focus on the problem, understand what it is, what's genuine, and you will learn over a period of time how to sift the genuine and the non-genuine, and then work on those, right? Listening, active listening, right? This is something which many people lack. And I'm sure many of you would have experienced that, both about yourself and about others, right? When people talk to you, sometimes you are just thinking about what should I say next, rather than trying and understanding and absorbing what that person is trying to tell you and make you understand. You are already thinking on a response to that person, right? So active listening comes with a lot of practice. It doesn't happen on its own. Very few people are born active listeners. It happens, you need to cultivate that over a period of time, right? So these are some practical tips to, build the quality of empathy as a manager, as a business leader, right? It's again, empathy is now a very important tool of attrition in organizations, right? And let me tell you, attrition is not the problem only of the HR team. In fact, it is the least of the problems of the HR team. Because if somebody from your team leaves, a good salesman leaves from your team, a good production manager leaves from your team, a good IT manager leaves from your team, who's impacted most? Is it the HR person's KRA which is impacted, or your own delivery is impacted? Right? So attrition is not just the HR team's problem. And many of us think it's the HR team's KRA, so let them bother about hiring people and retaining them and so on. Sorry, it's not like that. You are responsible for your own functions and keeping your people there happy and engaged and giving productive output day in and day out. So it's very important, and you will find that organizations which lack empathy, or organizations which have bosses or leaders which lack empathy, would find a very high degree of attrition over a period of time. Right. So how do we balance the two, right? So, right. So I would say you need to show ruthless efficiency, and again, as business leaders, in your goal setting and result achievement, right? Be ruthless in setting your goals. Don't be afraid. Be courageous in setting your goals. Don't think that, okay, it will put a lot of pressure on my sales team. It will put a lot of stress on my manufacturing team. They'll have to work overtime if I have to produce more and sell more. That's okay. Those things can be handled. Be ruthless in setting your goals to reach the profit objectives which you have given your shareholders, right? Be ruthless in institutionalizing processes. Great organizations are built with good processes. Not too many processes, but good, robust processes. Be ruthless in that, right? Don't accept any deviation in processes. Execution, right? We hear a lot about execution. Ruthless execution is very important. If you have a sales plan, if you have, say, frontline sales manager who has to meet 10 customers a day, meet 5 retailers a day, make sure he does it. Even if he has to work 15 hours a day, please let him do it, if that target has been taken, right? There is no point, you should not get into a situation where he says, sir, बहुत difficult है, I have to ride so much, I have to drive so much, the parking नहीं मिलता है, dealer doesn't give me time, customer doesn't give me time. Then you should discuss all that at the time of target setting, not once you have accepted the target and then you listen to excuses. That is where the ruthlessness in execution comes, right? And you have to be ruthless in dealing with competition. Nobody ever won a war by thinking about what the enemy soldier's family would think if I killed him, right? So, so it's about competition is like that. If you don't win your customer, somebody else will win in whatever way he wants to win, right? But in that entire journey, you need to show your emotional empathy in dealing with people who are engaged with you, whether it's your customers, how do you address their, I was reading a very good article on LinkedIn yesterday. There's somebody who wrote to the manufacturer of Nataraj pencils, right? You know the sharpeners? Sharpeners are generally designed for people who are right-handed, okay? And there are very few left-handed people. So it's not a big market size for a company to, focus on developing a sharpener which the left-handed people can use, because the production run will be very low, the cost per unit will be very high, so most of them have not focused on it, right? So this lady, she writes that I have 2 children who have, who are left-handed, and they find it very difficult to do it. And the company wrote back to her, and that letter was there on LinkedIn. She had posted that, or somebody else had posted. And it said that we understand that there are students and people who are left-handed and find it difficult. Our costing and all does not make it, this is what he meant, it's not exactly what he wrote. Our costing and all doesn't make it possible for her to commercialize it. However, we always have a few pieces in our R&D development, because R&D room, because the R&D people keep working on it, and I'm sending you a few pieces for your use, right? So that was empathy at some level, right? How do you do that? And empathy is required, very important, when you have to build a high-performance team, right? You may see that, okay, how will the two balance. If I have to achieve my targets, and individuals' targets are very important, how can, somebody take off to, watch his or her child's program at school? How can I give somebody half a day's leave, in a month end or a quarter end when a sales target has to be achieved? So these are things you must anticipate, and you should have, as good leaders, you should have backups. You should have people in your team who can probably do another role or another skill so that they can take over at a short notice, so that the other guy who needs that off for half a day can go and you can give that, right? So these are some things which you will learn and pick up with experience and with, the number of years that you would get into in industry. But at this moment for you guys, it's important to note that both these can be balanced and should be balanced. Both are important for successful, execution of business plans and to being successful business leaders. And there are various ways to achieve those, right, which you will learn with experience. So, yeah, I'm going good on time, right? So that's what I have to share. So I'll be happy to take questions. Yeah, you can, I'll repeat your question, you can tell me.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Morning.
Sir, welcome to the college.
Thank you.
My question to you is that being ruthless is really good for a company to make profits. But at the same time, what company should do that the person working in the company or some banks, they should analyze that the person working with them have equal amount of empathy or equal amount of working balance with them.
Right. So that's where, the last slide which I put up, which shows about, you can sit down, the balancing part of it. Your execution has to have all the empathy part there, right? Your goal setting and your, targets setting have to be ruthless. But how do you, the question you asked, how do I let my employees have a good work-life balance, right? So that's where your whole business planning comes into play. How do you do your manpower count? How do you do the work motion study, for example, if it's in a factory or something like that? And so as a business leader, if you think that if for this department there are 50 people who are required, and most of them would have a problem in their work-life balance, if I add another 5 people, will that help? Okay, will it help? And how do I work on absorbing that cost? How do I become more cost efficient? I may add 5 people's cost, but can I reduce that cost in my manufacturing process? Can I reduce that cost in my buying efficiency? Can I recover that cost by increasing my price to the customer a little bit? So that is what the business leader has to do. That the departmental head cannot think about that.
True.
So that's where the business leader plays a role.
True. Sir, in this addition to this, for example, a person working in a company with the experience of more than 14 to 15 years, and if he's facing the same issue of the emotional empathy with the company, so what should he do? Means if he's facing a problem like target issues, he's completing the target, but he's facing some mental issues with completing those targets. So what is the suggestion that you say that what should be done with that employees or with the company?
I think the first is to reach out to his immediate boss or the HR partner. Companies today are becoming very open to these kind of issues which you mentioned, whether it is, mental health issues and related issues. Okay, you find a lot of pressure, you'll find a lot of stress, and companies are proactively addressing. A lot of companies have started, and you will find that over the next many years, more companies will start addressing these issues. So the best is to be frank about it, because a lot of people think, if I tell him that I'm facing stress, I'm mentally distressed, company will think, he is incapable and let's sideline him. It's not the case in in many places anymore. People are open to this because if you're delivering and you're doing a target which you set, I would not want to lose that guy. And I would want to solve his problems.
Okay. Yeah. Sure, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir. So my question is, at the start of the talk, you've given very successful examples of being ruthless. So my question is, if a company or any organization is actually being successful, being only doing just one quality, like that is being ruthless, does it need to adopt the second quality of being emotional empathy?
It has to. Generally, it wouldn't have succeeded if that empathy factor was not there in the organization. Many years back, when companies used to operate in monopolies, when people did not have many job opportunities, vendors didn't have opportunities to supply to somebody else, customers did not have opportunity to buy from somebody else, then probably this would have been okay. But not anymore. Today, it's a much more, corporate world, and the consumer world is much more democratic today. Everybody has options. Everybody has options. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So, good morning, sir. I'm Nandini. So, it was extremely insightful session, sir. So, my question is, being ruthless is, sometimes people think that they're rude. So, how do you demarcate between the two? How do you, strike a balance between being ruthless and being rude?
I think ruthlessness is an attitude. Being rude is how you present yourself to people, right? The way you talk, the way you write mails, the way you kind of give a negative feedback in public. That may be rude, right? It may be better if you want to give a negative feedback on a one-on-one basis, for example. But ruthlessness is, I would define in the corporate sense, in the examples which I gave, is more of a single-minded focus on achieving the organization goals. So it's more of a attitude and a mindset, whereas being rude is more of a physical, it's more a behavior issue. It's not an attitude issue.
So, thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Myself, Saurabh Mishra from finance background. So my question is that recently the CEO of the company of Better.com had fired 900 employees at once on a Zoom call meeting. Yeah. Is it feasible to be ruthless at that extent?
No, I think he showed complete lack of empathy. Maybe his decision to fire 900 people was required to make the business succeed, make the business survive, right? And we all understand that in such a situation it happens. And there are a lot of companies, you will find banks laying off 2,000, 3,000 people at one stretch. But you will never find anybody going on a public forum and saying, okay, you are sacked. Everybody who's on this call is sacked. I mean, that was absolutely insensitive and, I don't know words to use for that. But for him, it would have been a sound business decision to sack 90 people or let go 900 people. That's a different thing. But it should have been done in a much better way.
Thank you, sir.
And it's been done. It's been done by many companies over the years with far larger number of people.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, right. Sorry, yeah.
So in the current generation, if we see the students or those who are passing out, the turnover rate in a company or the waiting period in a company is very less, or they don't stay for a long time.
Yes.
Right? And they just look for the opportunities wherever they are available and they just switch on. So being empathetic to this kind of generation, is it really worthful or is it really feasible to the company? Because they spend a lot on training other things, right? And suddenly your employee moves off.
Right.
So what should they do actually?
Okay. So, right. So this is a problem with many organizations face. But my personal view is that There are a lot of organizations where people stay back also for many years in the initial part of their careers. And I think it is for the organization to analyze why it is happening rather than telling, passing the blame, saying that, okay, millennials are like this, generation Z is like this. You know, it's not always like that. You will find these people also staying in many organizations. What is the career path shown to them, right? What are the work conditions? Today, a lot of youngsters, and I'm saying youngsters, people who have passed out, say, in the last 10 to 15 years, they don't like to really have a 9 to 5 job. They are okay to work late into the night, but if in the daytime they want to go 1 hour out and be with their friends or do their social media, they want to be accountable for the delivery and not the time they spend on the. So if organizations can understand that, and it's difficult, I know it's not easy for people like our generation to think like that. It's not easy, but then it's important to do that. And if that kind of thing is allowed, and it happens, I'm sure it will get much better. But I think the organizations, the onus is on the organization to build that environment where the younger generation feels that, okay, this is the place for me. And it's not always about money, right? Okay, in some cases it could be, but in most cases it's more of the work environment, the opportunities they see, and things like that. So, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Hello. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for showing us through examples how ruthless efficiency works in every sphere of life, be it personal or professional. As you rightly said, empathy builds collaborative capacity, and it is imperative that we understand the relevance of emotional empathy as we live in a connected world. It isn't an inherent trait always, but it can be developed over a period of time. Thank you, sir. We request Dr. Ravi Kumar Jain to felicitate our dignitary, Mr. A. Vinod Kumar.
Thank you all. Accepting that the world is full of uncertainty and ambiguity does not and should not stop people from being pretty sure about a lot of things. As we are the newbies in the field of management, it is normal to be unclear regarding the businesses, new opportunities, and the corporate world. To clear this cloud of ambiguity, we have with us Mr. Deepak Gupta, Group Head, Human Resources, Karvi Group. With 26 years of experience, Mr. Gupta is a seasoned human resources professional driving end-to-end HR services in one of India's largest and diversified companies. He has over 2 decades of experience in human resources and people management across sectors, namely banking and financial service, consulting, BPO, ITES, telecom, fintech, manufacturing, and e-commerce. In the last 10 years, he has worked closely with CRO's board and frontline leaders, supporting them and optimizing employee experience by building a people-centric organization of collaboration, learning and development, ethics, fast-paced and high performance. We welcome you, sir, to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning, friends. Good morning, Dr. Jain and Mr. Nicholas and the faculty for giving me the honors of being here. And thanks for having me, all of you. What a session we've had, yeah? Fantastic. I mean, from what I've heard today, I mean, you feel really blessed that, I came in early and I got to listen about a very deadly combination, ruthlessness and empathy, and so simply narrated. I mean, what a combination to build a high-performing organization. It's very opposite to each other, and still they go along and can create a great organization. Fantastic, sir. Thank you. It's always wonderful coming here, friends. I mean, I've been associated with this Symbiosis Management School for now almost looks like about 9 years, 6, 7 years, if not 9 years, yeah. It's always fun being here and talking to you guys. I'm going to talk to you, friends, about, what's the subject? Ambiguity, okay, glossing the ambiguity. Honestly, when I first heard about this subject, I was very confused. I didn't really understand. When you say glossing over ambiguity, the first thing came to my mind when you gloss over something is like you just cursorily go over things. So ambiguity, and I have to gloss over ambiguity. So of course, Ashmita was a great help to explain that. No, sir, it is about actually the opposite, which means look at the fuzzy stuff and the various jargons that we see in our management life and try and decipher that for us. Well, thank you, Ashmita, for that clarity. Otherwise, I would have come and spoken to you about how to not bother about any of the fuzzy stuff, okay? So, but very challenging subject, okay? A very interesting, very intriguing subject, okay? We generally don't talk about these things very candidly, unless it is a one-on-one discussion. But I think this gives me a platform, a very nice platform to have this discussion with you. I bring almost 25 years of experience in industry, working for various, very diversified set of people and sectors, okay? So, and you've seen a lot, and I wish from now, whatever, half an hour we have, I can possibly enrich you guys, okay? And add to your repertoire of knowledge, share that with you, and leave you a little wiser by the time you get into your lunch, and that's the promise. But friends, that will only happen if this is not a monologue, okay? I can go on, I can talk and talk, and I'm also getting used to talking now a lot. So I can go on for the whole day, and you wouldn't learn anything, so no monologues, okay? You understand monologue, correct? Right? What's monologue? Let me shake you up a little. What's a monologue? One person talks and the other goes to sleep, yeah? So I won't let you sleep, and for that you need to ask me questions so that we build the subject. So what are these fuzzy things, What is it? Well, there's so many of them, right? I mean, so many things come and go past our lives, right? you see many changes. We've seen a lot of changes. I came when almost when the typewriters were getting over. That's the age when I came in. I've seen the entire computerization of stuff till the internet age, and now it's the meta world. Huge amount of changes is what I think I've seen. What the baby boomer generation saw to what the X saw and what the Y is seeing and what the Z is seeing. So we've been part of, an assimilation of the entire changes that has happened in front of us, right? Some of this have been, can be called hype in between. Some of this can be called very fuzzy in between. So yes, we have seen a lot of these, okay? Like for example, just to share with you, in the 2000, there was a big, kind of wave that brick and mortar is over, for example, and we were all very, very sure brick and mortar is gone, khatam, okay? It's taken 20 years for that to come to reality, right? So was it a fad? Honestly, it was not a fad, but the fact is, the way it was hyped, is not the way it actually panned out, right? Because there was no connectivity, there were no smartphones, but everybody's talking about, oh, brick and mortar. If you're a brick and mortar company, you had no valuation. And if you were an internet-based company, you had valuation which were 100 multiple, and everything fizzled out in the next 4 years, correct? So, same with newspapers, I remember my friends telling me, an editorial when I was in Pune telling me, boss, digital age is over and Times of India is going to be dead unless we move into digital platform. I still read Times of India and I still see circulation of Times of India going up, correct? It's been 25 years or maybe 20 years, right? People told me satellite communication is going to come in, all these towers are going to be a waste. This was told to me in 2004. I got so scared I never invested in a digital tower, in a tower company. And I guess I lost a lot of money because I didn't invest there. But tower companies are still there, correct? It's not gone. Things don't happen in that pace. Same with, we said it will become paperless. The whole world is going to become paperless. Paper companies are still thriving, friends. While there is reality on one side of it, but the other side, paper companies are still thriving, correct? Then we saw this whole, I don't know whether it's fad, okay, even very close. Softly, I want to say, design learning came in. Big fad on design learning, maybe reality, maybe fad, okay. We thought design learning is to bridge all the gaps that management has. Designing, and people used to call us for a lecture on design thinking, right? As a design thinking was everything that was missing in management. Where is design thinking today? Okay. Was design concepts not there? Was engineering not a design concept? Correct. Design was always there in engineering as well as in arts. So what is this new design that came in? Right. So you wonder after some years as to where a subject comes in and where it gets over and where it goes. We've heard so much on culture. We've heard so much on leadership. I mean, if you type leadership, you will get some 3,000 pages to view on the subject of leadership, correct? And, if you've, obviously, and there is a leader and there is something that a leader does, okay? And we will talk about what this leadership is. How ambiguous are these subjects? And do you really have to bother yourself so much about these ambiguities? Or it'll come to you with time, right? Some of it will come with you, as you've heard in the last lecture. This will come to you with time. You don't have to really bother about some of these things and waste your time on it. When the time comes, you will absorb it, right? Now it's the age of what? Age of artificial intelligence, machine learning, okay, so of course there is a science in it, there is engineering behind it, okay, And we'll have to see how this really works out. Everybody is doing that, everybody. In fact, I'm now seeing advertisements, you're telling me even if you're an art student, you can get into AI. So don't worry about AI. Even if you're an art student, I'll train you to become an AI expert. Everybody is only doing AI. As if the information that is available today was not good enough to make changes. And AI is going to give us something which is going to change the world. Yes, partly yes. We'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see. Some of these things we can't decide, okay, whether they're good or bad, right? And to the other extreme, you know, the way things pan out are sometimes very different than the way it is contemplated, correct? And what is right and what is not right, what is good or what is not good, only time tells. So you get wiser only with time. So we'll have to wait and see what AI does. Same is possibly with diversity, inclusion. So these are the subjects that we are talking about today. Diversity and inclusion, sustainability. So these are the hot topics that are there in front of us, and we will with time see how either they, but if they have got an engineering element in it, I think you should look at it from all dimensions. But if there is a gray matter in it, you can be very sure or kind of make up your mind that this could be some kind of a fad which will kind of pass away, okay? But all of this have some elements, all of this leave an imprint on the earth, all of this leave an imprint in our work environment, so we need to be able to understand them, we need to look at it, and then we might decide whether we want to spend our time on them or not, right? In this context, friends, I brought some few points with me, saying, let's examine these points from my experience over the last few years and try and see how, what is my take on it, okay? And let me share those take with you. There's an excellent management point that change is the only constant. You all agree? Yeah, change is the only constant, right? Everything is going to change. Other than that, we don't know what else is going to happen, but change is definitely going to happen, right? But there's a bigger truth behind this, which I want you guys to understand, that change is not evenly distributed, right? When we spoke about brick and mortar not getting over even after 20 years, and now the guys who are on digital medium talking about a hyper model for themselves, okay? Are they not? I mean, all of these guys are now talking about hyper models, right? Internet plus, physical, right? So while change is the only constant, change is not equally distributed, is a point I want you guys to realize, yeah? Like wealth is there, but not equally distributed. Same change is happening, but it is not equally distributed across. And sometimes it can take years for those things to happen. When you hear them from your profs or from professors or from teachers or from special guests and lectures, you possibly start believing that, oh God, this is going to happen tomorrow, right? This is an imperfect world in which we are operating, right? The world is while it has shrunk and it is flat and it's no more round from a management perspective, but at the same time, it is not evenly distributed. Things don't happen overnight. So when somebody comes and tells you, oh God, this is happening and this is going to be the implication, it seems as if, and you can dramatize, it seems as if this is going to happen tomorrow. Give it your own time. Have a very rational mind to think about it. Yeah? Businesses are pretty imperfect in today's environment. People are imperfect. Geographies are imperfect. And these businesses that are there sustaining could sustain over a longer period of time than you think, right? But yes, I'm not taking away the fact that, first mover mindset is very important and that you should have as students, right? The second point I wanted to talk about is, we've talked about, when I was actually studying and I came out of the institution, it was made very clear to me while I was in the campus that I am a management graduate and that I am a manager, okay? So there was some God-gifted element or was to be gifted to me while I'll be studying here and I'll be coming out as a manager, correct? It's only when you walk out into the real life that you realize that leadership is not about your title, your power, your qualification. Okay? Leadership comes through service, right? And I think this is becoming very, very apparent today. You cannot control people or you cannot influence people because you have an authority or you have a title. So that won't happen, especially because the world is getting complex, the technology, the way it is coming, you can't manage everything. You need to understand that it is not that simpler model that flows from top to bottom. Organization is flowing from all sides, correct? You have to have the intelligence, as we were listening in the morning, the kind of intelligence, being ruthless as well as being empathy. You know, the whole emotional intelligence concepts are coming today to be able to manage and run an organization, to show your leadership. So leadership is not about power anymore, right? It's about serving people. If you serve and serve, you get a window to influence and change. So you have to thrive in that water, find its course, you know, in the direction, and then change course for people. You cannot just do it with authority. No more that's working, right? The third point I want to talk to you is about, so we spoke about world getting very complex, correct? We know world is very complex today. And large organizations are becoming, looks like from the outside at least, that they are very, very complicated, correct? You can't run an organization, global organizations or multi-million-dollar organizations with trillions of transactions happening in a fraction of a minute and so on and so forth. How would these organizations run, correct? So large businesses are very complex, but simplicity of the business model is very paramount. So as executives, as knowledge workers, as students, as managers, we have to understand that at the end of it, everything has to be simplified. Nothing is complex. It is good leaders take responsibility for taking that complex element and making it simpler for people. You have to simplify it. You have to simplify your strategy. You have to simplify the tactics. And what you need is compelling ways of communicating that and creating what we call an implied action by people. That is the strength. So if you want to be leader, you have to understand. Leader in the sense, you will get to leadership one day or the other, but even as an executive, you are a situational leader. At that point in time, you are the leader of that project. So you will have to not get into the complex side of it. Everything that is complex is breakable. And your strength lies in simplifying things, simplifying strategy. Right? Look at leaders who have done revolution, They've used simple words to explain what's happening and very compelling ways of bringing people together. If you get into the complex rut and feel that everything is so complicated and you want to further complicate it, the game is over. Simplification is all. Especially when things are getting so complicated. Right? More so because there's so much of interdependency today that we see in organizations. You have to get there and simplify things. And that reminds me of the Chinese proverb, which says, how do you eat an elephant? Yeah, anybody has an answer? I'm sure we don't want to eat an elephant in India at all. What's the answer? How do you eat an elephant? Piece by piece. An elephant is nothing but a big problem. You have to break that problem into pieces and pieces and pieces, and you'll find that it is, end of the day, a very simple puzzle. And you can then put it together, right? So simplicity is something which is extremely important, friend, and keep that in mind. Don't get driven by complexity and don't get carried forward, right? Hold on, break it. You will understand it is very simple at the end of the day. That's third. Fourth thing, okay. Okay, I'll narrate an incident, okay, or an illustration in some sort. So in an African jungle in the grasslands of Africa. The biggest mammal in the planet. What is that? The biggest mammal? Who's the biggest mammal? Elephant, na? Correct? Okay. So the elephant comes face to face with a lion. Okay, a hungry lion in a field, grass field. What is the elephant thinking? Big, most powerful, the strongest mammal on earth. If he gives one kick to the lion, he'll go flying. What is the elephant thinking? Any answers? Okay, I know the mic has to reach to you and you have to raise your finger, so we'll not get into that. So the lion is, the elephant is thinking, kidhar phas gaya? Kidhar idhar aaya? Why did I come here? And how do I run away? Where is the escape path? How do I save myself today? That's what the elephant is thinking. And the lion, despite his size, what is he thinking? Kidhar se attack karu? Which is the most vulnerable part or angle? From where can I leap? How can I make him my dinner or lunch? And what will you do for the next 15 days once I've eaten? Because he's a lazy animal, he wants to go to sleep. So he's thinking about all that, right? So friends, this is nothing but just to give you an example, an illustration of what is attitude. Attitude is nothing to do with with possibly things that, qualities that we might have, great communication, talent, this, that, all that is great. But attitude, winning attitude is this. A positive attitude that I can make it happen is a winning attitude, right? And that's the decider in life, right? I'm not saying you don't need these qualities. All these qualities are absolutely base level qualities. These are you need them. These are base level. You definitely need these qualities. But the winning quality is the attitude of not giving up, of, resolution, of resolve, and of a fighter. And not giving up. And that's the winner. And not finding excuses if things have not happened and blaming somebody else. Right? These are some things that we need to understand. Right? And the same happens. I remember I have a dog and I see it today. When I take him for a walk, my father used to actually ask me this puzzle, saying between a big dog and a small dog, who will win if there is a fight? Who wins? That's very simple. The dog which is fierce wins, irrespective of his size. He'll drive away the bigger one. That's the zeal. That's the spirit. That's the attitude, right? So we keep it simple, friends. I don't want you to, kind of take this as a real example in life and that this is going to stay with you. No, life is too complex, okay? And there are many things that will make you successful, right? Many things. And we are human beings. We are capable of handling many things, right? So don't ponder over it too much. Don't think about leadership too much. You cannot decipher leadership very easily. Okay, yeah. When I was studying, I was given 126 definitions and characteristics of leadership. And I spent another 2 years after I graduated to kind of build those skills. And when I built one, I thought that I lost something. And by the time I went to build that, I lost something else. So, correct? It's not that difficult, but you don't have to ponder over it too much. It'll come. It'll come. It's just that I'm giving you a window to the paradise. Stand at that window, and the day you are ready, you will jump on the other side and you will find your paradise. Right? How many of you don't want to be a salesman? I keep hearing this, मुझे sales पे नहीं जाना है. That's why I took finance, that's why I took operations, that's why I took HR. मुझे sales नहीं करना. Another very big myth, friends. Sales तो करना ही है, lifelong. Every man, every person, every woman is a salesman. Right? You can't survive Either you're selling an idea or a thought, you're influencing somebody all the time. And no big deal. I mean, I know you guys know this, right? Why are you scared of being in sales? जो salesman नहीं है वो कुछ नहीं है. You, nobody otherwise. You just are saying, I want an average life, don't disturb me. I want to do my backroom work. I will not even make changes there. I will never be upset with status quo. Then I can take it that you're not a salesman. Everybody is a salesman, right? Don't be scared of sales, right? And there is a nice way of getting over this fear, and that is understanding your lead versus the lag measures, right? Why are salesmen doing good sales? Why they finally end up, and once they end up in sales, they don't give up sales. They start enjoying that process, right? And not only in sales, in everything, there is a lead measure and there is a lag measure, right? And I think I don't have to explain. Most of you would know what a lead measure and a lag measure is, right? What you do every day will take you to that goal. That goal will not bring you here, correct? So that is the difference between lead and lag. If you want to achieve something, there are many small steps that you need to practice every day. You want to build health, you know that there are 5 things you do every day, your health will be built at the end of 6 months, correct? So if you start looking at things like that, I think you need not be scared about any subject that you're getting in. And sales on another side, obviously a different point of view, you have to influence people. Whether you're doing actual sales or you're doing intellectual sales, or you're doing a change management program, or doing a project management program, removing a hurdle from your way, improving the technology part of it, debottlenecking something, all the time you are influencing, you have to influence. Nobody's going to listen to you otherwise if you don't have the selling streak in you, right? The other thing, when we talk about, since we are on sales, life is a stage. The moment you come out of your house, at least from your room, it's a stage for you. Imagine it, okay? Visualize it to be a stage. It is a stage for you to succeed. This is a stage for me. I have to put my best that I can in the stage. So when I am working, when I am doing any service, when I am out of my room, I am on a stage, and I have to give my best shot at that stage. Which is what? Which is a behavior that I believe in what I am doing. If I'm selling something, half the time we sell it without believing in what we are doing, correct? Half the time. And half the time youngsters feel, and I can relate to that because my son also works as your age. He always tells me life sucks, work sucks. That's the 2 words. Whenever you ask him what's happening, how is work? How did you work for 25 years, Dad? Work sucks. Work will suck. If this is your attitude, work will continue to suck. But you consider this to be a show, okay? This is the stage of life for you. And what you do on a stage, half the time you have to act in the stage. You can't say, I'll bring myself to the stage, and that's great enough. You're not a Amitabh Bachchan who brings himself, and he also works hard. He also works very hard to create an impression and influence his audience. Look at the innovative ways in which he brings forth his acting, correct? So, the self-promoting mindset is what we don't have, most of us. We don't promote ourselves. We don't promote our work. We don't promote our organizations. We don't promote our homes. We don't promote us as individuals. I'm great. I'm feeling great. I'm doing a great job. That's self-promotion. And that is important. Why? Because you're on a stage, friends. Don't be in this myth that it's not a stage and it's real life. Half the time you have to build your careers, to be prosperous, to go to the ambitions that I'm sure all of you have. Do this for some time, 1 year, 2 years, then it becomes part of your life. Then you won't realize that, you actually self-promoting. That's part of your life, and that's very important for you to have it. Right? While I know, and I don't want to give too much importance to skills, they are all very important, extremely important for you to have these skills. But I was just wanting to tell you that if a commander sends his troop or sends his soldier without arms and ammunition to the front, you know he can be court-martialed. A commander, if he's sending his force or his troop or his soldier to the front or to an action-led area without arms and ammunition, he can be court-martialed. Correct? What is your arm? Forget the court-martialing of the college. What is your arms and ammunition? Your AK-47 is your communication ability. Right? You cannot leave this college without arming yourself with good communication. And that is on to you. It's not a one-day course. No prof can give you communication skills. Correct? It's on you guys. Build up your communication. Practice it. Talk in your toilets, in front of the mirror. Keep doing it. It will come to you. Correct? To some, it will come to great extent. To some, it will come to base level. But that's extremely important. And I want you guys to understand that if you are a management graduate, if you are passing out, and if you don't have great communication skills, if everything is equal and you don't have communication skills, everything else in that sense, okay, is equal, and you don't have great communication skills, you're going to be left out. There's a very high chance you get left out. So please build your communication skills. I'm keeping in mind the aspirations that you guys have, okay? If you have low-end aspirations, backroom aspirations, then I wouldn't be talking to you like this, okay? The 8th point. How many of you understand profit? What is a profit? What is profit? Balance sheet पढ़ते हो? Annual reports, balance sheet पढ़ते हो? So what is profit? Sorry? No, that's not profit. So, expenses minus receivables is profit, something like that is also true, correct? So what is operating profit? So what happens when I made money, but at the end of the day, the balance sheet, the P&L says it's a loss? वो कुछ provisioning आ गया बीच में. क्या है provisioning? कैसे आ गया? और एक expense किया था, वो expense factor नहीं हुआ, तो profit हो गया. Next year फिर loss हो गया. ये क्या हो रहा है? यही बैलेंस शीट, यही अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड दूसरी कंट्री में लेके जाता हो तो प्रॉफिट हो जाता है, इस कंट्री में लेके आता हूँ तो लॉस हो जाता है. ये क्या है अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स है? कितने तरह के प्रॉफिट्स हैं? हाउ मेनी प्रॉफिट्स आर देयर? Friends, cannot leave this institution unless you know how to read a balance sheet and a profit and loss account. Very important. This is a gap that I see many students have. They just go over it, they just gloss over it in that sense. And this is a big gap that is left, and then you find itself very difficult later on in your life to really catch up to this. You will have to catch up to this. Otherwise, you cannot rise. You have to understand how to read a balance sheet. You may not be able to make a balance sheet, no problem. But balance sheet ko padhna aur usko understand karna is a necessity that you guys have to go back with, right? So if you're clearing also, don't take your degree if you have not understood that part. Come back, sit, eat the head of your prof or some other colleague of yours and understand how to read a balance sheet, right? The 9th point, I hope I have time, is, now since I come from financial services, I should be talking something about it, I guess. So my question to you guys is, does money never sleeps, or it can go to sleep? Who wants to answer? I want to take answers from you guys. I want to hear some answers from you. What is it? Does money sleep? Or money never goes to sleep? What is true? Yeah, if you put it to work, and work should be profitable, correct? If it is not profitable, it is not sleeping, but it's withering away, correct? So money works for you. If you have it in your wallet, it might be stagnant. Okay, if you have it in a locker, it might be stagnant. But if you keep it in the bank, you at least earn something. All of us know that bank pays you some interest, right, for keeping the money. And money, even if you're sleeping, the money is growing, correct? Of course, of late, people are saying crypto money grows when you're sleeping, and markets money grows. Great time for both markets and crypto of late. So yes, that's also true, but not always, correct? So how much is the interest rates? 3.5%. I mean, good bank will not give you more than 3.5%, okay? Maximum they'll go to 4%. A good bank will give you 4.5% at best and say thank you. आपका पैसा इधर रहेगा तो 4.5% मिल जाएगा. That too if you keep it for 1 year. Now, is this positive or negative? Is this growing? Sorry? It's a net negative. Very true. I think you understand. A lot of people understand this. That's the best part, but let me still carry on for those who want and make a point here. And that is, your inflation rate is about, I mean, of late I heard it was 12%. You know, just day before yesterday, real inflation has gone up to 12%, and the bank is going to pay you 3.5%. So what's happening? The value of your money is deteriorating. So the value today is not the value tomorrow of the money, unless it is growing exponentially and it is growing faster than the inflation rates, right? But friends, there are countries where inflation is very low and there is a negative rate of return. You know, if you give it to the bank, there are at least 5 countries which actually charge you for keeping money. So if you give them 100 rupees, they will return you 99 rupees at the end of 1 year. So 1% is the charge for keeping the money. Yeah, which means that if I would want to borrow in those countries, then for borrowing I should be given, they should be paying me for having borrowed money, correct? So that's also happening. At least in 5 countries that is happening, right? So where are we heading? I'm just opening up subjects in your minds. I'm saying, so this is one end of the world and this is the other end of the world, right? And it is for you to understand what is happening, right? Why are interest rates at 3.5? Is it help us? 3.5 helps us, or interest rates of 12 helps this generation? What is good for you? As an individual, what is good for you? And as a generation, what is good for you? As an individual, you will say, अरे यार 8% मिलना चाहिए. बैंक में पैसा रहेगा तो 8-10% तो मिलना चाहिए. एक टाइम पे 16 मिलता था. But also understand that if that is the rate of capital, how will investment happen in this country? Which means if I have to take that money and invest in a business, that business should give me at least 10 basis points more than the interest rates. Which business in today's world can give you that kind of returns? So for investment to happen, interest rates have to stay low, right? But then what happens to our parents and grandparents who have fixed deposits? They're all cribbing. अरे यार interest rates इतना कम कर दिया government ने. What do I do? ये तो मेरा saving खत्म हो गया. My pension funds returns have reduced. My NPS returns have reduced. So friends, understand these things, okay? This is the whole economic environment that we are talking about. How does the money work, right? How does money work? And what are the avenues of investing money? And where you can get more returns? Is equity the right investment basket? It is commodity, it is land. You ask people, they will give you different answers, right? Do your research to understand. There's research already. Just Fine, fine. Go there, talk to people, and you will understand what investment class makes sense at what point in time. But you should know various returns that are happening, interest rates, RBI bonds, kya milta hai, kaise milta hai, taxation. These are some things that you need to cover. And this will happen, friends, only when, not by coming to class and sitting there and listening to somebody. This will happen when you put your neck out there. When you buy, when you put your money into it, you will understand. When you put your money into crypto, you will understand what crypto is. Otherwise, all is theory, all are ideas. When you start investing in equity, you will know the balance sheet for sure. A lot of people even then don't look at balance sheets. That's a different matter, but you will. Because it's hard-earned money that has gone. You lost money, it doesn't matter. 1,000 rupees, do it less. Do it very simply. 1,000 rupees is not even 5 rupees or maybe 10 rupees per day. Invest small amounts. Get familiar is what I'm saying. Get familiar with this world. Open accounts, do trades, do futures and options. What is wrong? You lose one time, it's okay. But the learning is going to be lifelong. And the early you have learned this, the ahead you are in the curve, right? So, first mover mentality is what I would prefer we have, right? So, whenever a product launch, there is the first movers, in movies are launched, the first goers in the movie. And end of it, when it starts dipping, then you have very seasoned people who come in and say, now I know this product is doing well, now I should get into that. By the time they get into it, the new product has come, correct? So, you will have some risk, yes, but you will gain a lot. I think the risk-return ratio is very high when you get into these things yourself. Do commodity, get into commodity. You have to do that. Crypto, new currency, private currency, yeah, it's a big, big, big change of our life. It's not the RBI promise anymore. And if any of our country tycoons come up with their own private currency and say, I'll let you buy with that currency in my mall, imagine what's going to happen. Or you can buy airline tickets through this, or you can buy a car with that currency. The currency is getting private. That's a huge, huge future. And we're not talking about future now. Again, you're going to be here for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, right? And you will see a lot of these changes happening, okay? So what I'm trying to say is that have a mentality of experimenting, getting out, putting your money into it, but that teaches you more than anything else, right? Once you've done it, you want to move out of it, fantastic. Salute to you. You at least tried, right? As we say, no idea is never a venture. So ideas don't matter. Everybody has ideas. Don't get carried away with ideas. Implementation matters, right? Even 10% of what is getting implemented is more important than plethora of ideas with somebody, right? There are people who can spend days giving you ideas, but but that never leads to execution at times. The last two things quickly. This is just a thought, more than a thought actually, and I want you to settle down with this. Somebody coined that phrase, stay hungry, stay stupid. I'm sure all of you know. Whose words are these? Whose words are these? I can't hear you guys, so I'll carry on. It is Steve Jobs, okay? He said, and a guy like him, highly arrogant, okay? He was one of the most ruthless guys that corporate world has seen. He was that ruthless, okay? And humility was nowhere close to him. Highly successful guy, That's why I'm saying you don't bother about leadership, qualities and all that. They will come. If you're a nice person, it will anyways come to you, okay? So this guy coined this phrase, stay hungry, stay stupid. And I think it has profound meaning, right? Especially because life is a learning journey. Not only for me, even at this stage, I think even for you, every one of us are learning something today. It's over. I mean, I remember when I was working in CRISIL, and my MD used to come to the campus and tell the students, if you join CRISIL, you're going to learn throughout your life. And that was like clap. Everybody has to learn today. It's not unique to anyone. Even a farmer, I bet, has to learn how to grow a better crop. Every day, he has to learn. The intensity could be different industry to industry. Software, you're obsolete in 2 years. New technology has come in. Okay, and you're working on a legacy platform and you're sulking, saying, "Arey, mera kya hoga? Nobody is going to give me a job after this. I've not been able to pick up the new skills." The companies are getting agile. HR has to get agile. Now I have to learn, agile HR karna hai mereko. If I don't get agile, how will I catch up with my company? So learning is a constant, correct? And he's just saying that. He's saying, stay stupid, boss. Don't get into that high horse. Main seekh chuka hu. I've arrived already. Nahin. Be a listener. And stay stupid for knowledge. And stay hungry for knowledge. Right? And there is where this arrogance comes in, or ego comes in most of our minds. Ego and learning never go together. Keep that, throw it out of the room. Always. Wherever. If you want to be a learner all your life, you have no space for having an ego sitting there. कि मुझे तो आता है. आता है तो भी सुनना है. उसके अंदर भी कुछ मिलेगा आपको. That should be the approach, right? The 11th thing I want to talk to you about is, there was a survey, and I think you will relate to this very well, and that's why I kept this point. There's this survey of CEOs and top company CEOs, marquee CEOs as we call it, illustrated CEOs and some CHROs, and they said, what is the one quality that you will look at in a student when you hire? Guess what is the answer? Any guesses? क्या quality है जो CEOs are looking at today? And this is best of breed CEOs, best of breed organization, right? So don't tell me attitude, don't tell me sincerity, don't tell me communication, don't tell me strategic mindset. And that one quality, obviously, everybody would have scored some point in it. All these qualities are required, I'm not denying that. But the most common factor was entrepreneurship. इसमें entrepreneurship streak है कि नहीं? And what is an entrepreneurial streak? Looking at a problem, converting it into an opportunity, correct? And then ability to scale up. Scale up सीख जाता है. Once you have this, then I think the machinery will teach you the scaling of business. Can he convert and can he look at things from an opportunistic standpoint, right? वो उसके अंदर बहुत सारी skills आती हैं actually, but that is the crust of it. And this is an emerging area, you've seen hundreds of entrepreneurs coming in, from students, from working professionals. This is a growing field. It's the rise of the entrepreneur is what I think COVID has done for us, As it is, there's been entrepreneurship a glory in India, but with the tectonic shift that we have seen after COVID, huge amount of entrepreneurs have come in. Also because some of the areas are better fit for them, because they don't need large organizations to work on AI, ML kind of areas and Internet of Things. They really don't need that large workforce, and the entrepreneurs can do fantastically well in that, including specialty areas, right? So that's where things are happening, friends. So entrepreneurship, working with entrepreneurs, having an entrepreneurship blend of mind is the new thing. It's not the, obviously great places like Pepsi, Coke, Hindustan Levers, Cadbury's, they are ageless organizations in some way, but that's not where careers are. Great careers are not there. Great careers are with either, IoT, AI, ML, with biotech, with disease, with life sciences, how to increase lifespans, how to change color of skin. These are the things where the real knowledge is lying and work is lying. And there's this explosion of this area that is happening. Okay, all the other thing is fine. That's an average thing now to work for Hindustan Levers and Pepsis and Colas of the world. right? So look at fintech, look at platform companies, look at AI firms, look at entrepreneurs who are working there. Think about an idea in that area and start an entrepreneurship venture. No problem if you fail. You would have learned so much. I mean, 5 years of working for somebody is equal to, your own venture. I know a lot of us are not ready. It's also okay. Work 5 years first for somebody and then get into entrepreneurship. But entrepreneurship is here to stay. And that's growing. And your aspirations can well be met as an entrepreneur. Yeah. The last point, and very, very, not really the last, we can go on, as I said. And there are many such things to really discuss. I have wasted, and I've asked people to waste a lot of time in developing their weaknesses, okay? Because this was taught to us, and every time we used to do a strength weakness analysis and give people, boss, is pe kaam karo, ye tumhara weak area hai. That days are over. Okay, that's a fad. You will always have weakness. All leaders will have weakness. All bosses will have weaknesses. All subordinates will have weaknesses. All of us will have weaknesses. Best of leaders, you read their books, you will find that, right from Nehru to Gandhi to, whoever, Roosevelt to anybody you name, it had his own weaknesses. So what do? Leadership is a combination of strengths and weaknesses, correct? And shows all of us. So you need to have some basics in those weak areas, like communication, as I said. Base to chahiye. You cannot just ignore it. Usko base level tak leke jao. Koi bhi wo skill set hai. But work and make your strength and excellence. Just don't make your strength average. Make it excellent. आपके अंदर सबके अंदर एक strengths है. उस पे ध्यान दो and take that to excellence. And that will give you success. Rather than wasting time or, spending too much, even bothering about your weakness. It's a lot of waste of time in that area. You should know, you are a reflective person, you should know. You know how much to build that, okay? But if something else can be built better, do that. Right? And that will take care of all your weaknesses because you have excellence in that particular subject. Right? So I guess, friend, this is some of the thoughts I had. Thank you once again. If there are any questions, I'll be very happy to take.
Good morning, sir. I'm Ria, and I chose finance as my specialization. We spoke about ambiguity and fuzzy questions at the beginning of the session. One of those fuzzy questions that come to my mind would be, suppose even if we look at the finance industry, do we generalize or do we specialize? Like we have various groups like private equity or risk management. So what do you think would be the best way forward? To specialize in a particular group or to generalize in general?
Yeah. See, my simple take on it is, in the beginning of your career, you cannot generalize everything because you are given a specific task, right? And you need to specialize in that task and master that task. But as you move on and you become a lead, then the other skills are required, right? Because then you get people who will do some of these work and they are supposed to do better than you. There's no harm or no two ways about the fact that a new guy who comes under you can do that thing better than you. And he should be doing that better than you, right? That should be the aim. Whether he does it or not, or she does it or not is not important. The point I'm trying to make is that as you rise in the hierarchy, you are no more a specialist. Because what's happening is a lot of wave of change below you, okay? And there it's your intelligence of managing that and getting your work done through emotional intelligence, to leadership, to team building, to creating a cohesive workforce, through camaraderie. You need to get that done, right? And then you should just not have what we say black spots. So if you are being a specialist, you will not have black spots later on, correct? You know how this can be handled, but you don't know one nut and bolt of it, which is okay because that guy would know who's come under you. Because things are changing a little bit. Some design elements have changed, that's okay. So if you've not been a specialist, you possibly cannot also be a very great generalist, right? So dedicate first 5-6 years is what I would think in being a specialist, and then that stays, it sticks on. But you cannot waste your time later on because you rise into hierarchy and you have to kind of do many general stuff, you know. Well, that's what organizations will expect you to do at a senior level.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, very good afternoon, sir. That was an enlightening session. So I'm Padmavati from Finance Specialization. So as you said, as you mentioned, change is constant, but it is not equally distributed. So how to deal with the negative impacts of change in business and the corporate world?
I didn't get the question.
As you said, change is constant, but it is not equally distributed. So how to deal with the negative impact of change in business and the corporate world?
I mean, I don't think there's anything negative about change, first of all. I mean, if you anticipate change, if it hits you suddenly, then you're gone, of course. But if you're innovative, and if you are a knowledge worker, and if you have a knowledge culture in your organization, you know, you've got all the tangents that are required to run an organization rightly placed, and you're a developing organization, then I guess you will always be able to cope with the change that is happening. Some people are not able to cope and they will wither away. And we have seen so much of that happening, correct? But I think everyone is aware today. Everyone is aware that, you know, if you're not going to adapt, you're not going to be flexible, you're not going to be nimble-footed, then you will not be able to change things, correct? Everyone is aware. It's a question of how you implement this and how do you bring it into practice, correct? So a lot of programs have to be run to be a change champion in the organization and make these changes feasible in the organizations. May it be on the softer side of it, the culture side of it, or on the technology side of it. But change is a constant, ma'am, so that has to happen, and you should get ready to it. You should be actually absorbing, listening, and, you know, adapting to change. And that's why I'm saying the first mover mindset becomes very important. Yeah. Sometimes we just ignore that first mover advantage, saying, "Ye to fad hai, chhod do." हो सकता है fad हो, but absorb करो, familiar हो जाओ उससे. हो सकता है वो real हो. You never know. Correct? To have that mindset, and if you have that mindset, I think you will be able to easily adapt to change that is happening. And innovative organizations anyways have a DNA. So if you are a part of an innovative organization, that is built into the DNA of the organization. So innovative organizations generally, or I would say seldom fail, right? Unless it's a complete disruption of sorts.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
We would now like to invite Dr. Satya Prasad to felicitate our guest, Mr. Deepak Gupta.
Thank you. Thank you, friends.
Thank you all. We would like to thank Mr. Gupta for his valuable insights, also showing us how inevitable it is for our generation to take risks, as ambiguity exists everywhere, in the present, in the future, and sometimes it can take years for things to happen. But what is vital is simplification, as businesses are getting more and more complex by the day. Thank you all. Now we will break for lunch. Kindly join back by sharp 1 p.m. The afternoon session will begin shortly. Once again, requesting everyone to keep their phones on silent mode.
Yeah, that's the guy. Good afternoon to one and all present here, and welcome back to the session of SymbiTalks 6.0. We had an engrossing morning session with our speakers who gave us useful and important insights about the balance between ruthless efficiency and emotional empathy and glossing the ambiguity. As we all know, ethics play a crucial role in managing all the aspects of a firm. It is important to balance these factors and make relevant decisions, taking into consideration the various outlooks of business scenarios. These short-term and long-term factors impact people, the environment, and hence affect the conditions of not only a single company, but the entire economy. Therefore, having the results delivered after every part of the process, while keeping each key component in mind, along with its consequences on the company, is highly essential.
On this note, we would like to introduce our speaker, Mr. Dinesh Bojwani, Head of the Human Resources, Star Union Daiichi Life Insurance Company Limited. With over 20 years of experience in HR, having served highly dynamic industries like banking, retail, broking, life insurance, and general insurance, Mr. Bojwani has successfully contributed to developing HR strategies for the organizations he has been a part of. During his association, he understood and added value to the people by the use of policies, processes, and technological architecture, thereby aligning the HR agenda with the objectives of firms and fostering a winning culture across organizations. As an HR leader, he practiced and inculcated the culture of meritocracy, rewarding performance, fairness, and inclusion. In order to support the businesses of various fields he has worked with, he focuses on co-creating an enabling workplace, devising processes to attract and retain the right talent for right jobs, engaging the workforce, contributing to robust business planning viability, and implementing projects and technology in HR. This has benefited him in sharpening his people skills, grasping a big picture orientation, having a strategic thought process, strengthening employee relations, developing efficient team and talent management skills, and having a deep understanding about technology in HR. We welcome you, sir. We would like to invite you to enlighten us with your words of wisdom.
Good afternoon. Clear, voice is clear, right? Okay, so thank you, and I must say that you were very generous in the introduction, yeah, and I am overwhelmed by the sheer size of this place, yeah, and from here it appears that you are somebody, yeah, and I'm a part of you, by the way. I have also been on the other side of this stage there. So I must thank you, and I must thank the college, the institute, for having me here today. I also must say that, and these are not rehearsed lines, you see, by the way. I must acknowledge, by the time I received an invitation for the master class or for a program like this, I must say that this has been a very, very well organized event. I've been told that there are about 140 plus students who are already here, and some of them are also attending this virtually. Yeah, you guys are courageous, you know, who are sitting here as well as who are sitting, you know, on the other side of the camera. So thank you very much, Symbiosis and Simbi, the way it is called, having called me here. It's a post-lunch session. I've been given 30 minutes. Yeah. One disclaimer, nobody walks out even if you don't like the presentation. Yeah. Okay. यहाँ आने के रास्ते हैं, बाहर जाने के रास्ते नहीं हैं. Please bear with me. Yeah, you may go and tell your organizers after I finished that don't call him the next time. Yeah, but you will have to bear with us. Bear with me for, so that's the first disclaimer that I have. You see, I will start with a small story that has happened with me today. When I started at about 4 o'clock in the morning, yeah, that's the time I had to start because I live in Mumbai and I've come today from Mumbai to be a part of you. So here was the cabbie, from one of the popular companies, cab companies. And when I came down, I said, I will share my OTP with you only on one condition, that one of us will sleep while we are traveling to the airport. Airport is about 50 minutes. So he smirked, smiled. And then he said, OTP to de do. So Hindi, English, both is okay, right? Yeah. So I said, okay, fair enough, OTP le lo. So I gave him my OTP. So after he punched in the 4 digits, he said, I will sleep, you can't sleep. Actually, it happened with me today, 15 minutes away from the airport, and the guy dozed off on the wheel for a fraction of few seconds, and the car moved in a different direction. Today, I realized the importance of mindless honking. You see, yeah, and it appeared it's a mindful honking. It appeared so, mindful honking, you see, because an Innova guy, he came like God, and he honked. That's when I realized that he was moving towards the divider, and he could come back. So I said I was fortunate that, that happened. And by the way, I also realized that we live in VUCA world. Now, VUCA can come in small forms also like this, you see. So this happened in the morning. Flight was on time, Indigo time, yeah, and they're always ahead of time. So I was here. From airport till campus, the journey was quite smooth, and I must owe it to the driver because I have to go back also. I will bitch about him when I reach Bombay. Yeah, so that happened, and I'm here. I must say that this has been a very well organized thing, and and rest whatever I said about these things are. I did not have a better start, so I said, okay, let me start with this. I have a question. How many of you can raise your hands, how many of you are from cities like Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Thiruvananthapuram, Mumbai, Delhi, all those metros? Yeah? Do you like to come from these places? Yeah? Okay. And the rest are from other cities, right? Is that correct? Yeah. So do you like coming from those cities? Or you have a dream that you should have been in in Mumbai since your birth, or you should have been in Delhi, although that was not a choice. So say, how many of you are happy having born in small cities? Nobody is judging anybody here. You see, I am from a small town, and this question is not to judge anyone. Fair enough. Good. So what I see here is that we converge in a place like this. Many of you are from bigger locations, bigger places, smaller locations together, but you are here in this pool together for the first time, and I'm sure this convergence will be a very meaningful convergence, right? Before I go to some of the things here, what I've tried to do today is that I have this topic is abstract. Do you agree? You understand the meaning of what is expected from me? Yes or no? Okay, fair enough. You understand, I don't. Okay, no problem. So we will start. Okay, I will tell you, I come from a life insurance company, a life insurance industry. Insurance industry has grown in the last 18 months, whether you like it or not, but this industry has grown in the last 18 months. Yeah, a lot of investments in technology and a lot of other things, have been happening in this place. So what I've done today is, I've also, like you, I've done some amount of Googling, okay? And those are matter of facts, yeah? So my attempt will be to quickly go through the journey from industry 1 to where we are today. That means 1784 to where we are today. And then, how is it making any difference? Industry 5, how is HR coping up with this? And then I've tried to cover some bit of CSR, which is corporate social responsibility, which is important for everybody. I, as an HR professional, have realized that this particular piece is extremely important in the last 18 months, where employee well-being in every form is captured well, and it is understood well, and the organizations are trying to deliver it. Towards the end of, I've not tried to cover ESG. ESG, you guys are aware of ESG, the new kid in the market? Okay, so I have not consciously covered that. Soon you will discover this because your institute is also doing a lot of ESG. ESG is environment, society, and governance. And your institute is doing a lot of things. I was with Dr. Jain, I was with Dr. Chitta, and of course, Mr. Deepak Gupta also. So they were talking a lot about what you guys are contributing or what the institute has contributed. So some bit of ESG that you will realize once you are a part of the corporate world. So without any further delay, I'll just start. There are certain things, please allow me to read from the, from here also. Yeah, you will have to answer this. Which is the longest documented family tree in the history? Family tree? My ancestors. Yeah. Which is that? Are we aware? Sorry? Okay. Yeah, so 2 said British royal family. Who else? Tatas, okay. Anybody else? Okay. So here is the answer. Okay, 2000, you can read this, spanning about 86 generations with 2 million known registered descendants over 2,500 years. Yeah, and we are just trying to deliberate on industry 1 to 5. The documented history is 554 before Common Era. It started from there. So that's the documented, so you can note this, Confucius. Let's move to what is industry 1, 2, 3, 4 and what is industry 5, yeah? Any guesses, what is it? Sorry. Okay, textile machine, you are right, not printing press, but textile machine. So this was in 1784, first power loom. This is industry 1 era. What is this? Sorry? Absolutely. This is Ford assembly line. The second generation, this was when famously Henry Ford said, all cars are black. There is a, in one of his particular books he has mentioned, sorry? Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. So auto assembly line. An assembly line, that means mass manufacturing, the cloning, the word cloning, that is being tried on humans now. This is what is about automobile or automation. So industry 2. What is this? So this is what took Apollo 11 to the moon. This is where I said this is matter of fact, picked up from Google, but important. Some of it I was aware, some of it I was not aware. But I thought the topic is pertinent, so I must pick this up from there. Any idea what is this? This could be a graph, this could be... Sorry? Can be louder, please? You are a little further ahead. This is on the technology lines, this is Moore's law, where it is being said that every microchip, you see the number of transistors on a microchip are doubling every 2 years, wherein the cost of the computer is, going down by 50% every year. That means we are becoming so efficient. I understand that you also had a, had a discussion or an earlier speaker who spoke about efficiencies. This is about being efficient. So what is it? This is an example of just industry 3 where automation had hit. What is this? Anybody from that side, please? This is from the 1970s. And this is the autonomous car. So it has camera. In 1970, it is the power of imagination, you see, and somebody actually thought about this and made it. Yeah? And this is our Google car. Sophisticated. There will also be flying cars soon. So where are we? We are using IoT, we are using internet, we are using everything else effectively in this particular generation. Our own contribution, look at the power of the machine now. Our own contribution is the fastest machine, Param Siddhi, fastest Param supercomputer, which has, I will not be able to speak or pronounce this, but 5.267 petaflops. 1 petaflop equal to 1,000 million. And I mean, some of you are engineers. I understand 16% of you are engineers. So you would understand. Some of you must be BSc mathematics and statistics as well. So you would know it. But this is what it is. This is the power of computing. This is the power of the efficiency of the machine. And which is what is fourth, industry 4. Now, I'm sure this is not visible to you. I've just highlighted 2 things here. One is, this is about, spending on IoT worldwide by 2015 and 2020. There is something mentioned here, manufacturing transformation, and blah, blah, blah. I just want to make a mention of where the investment has gone in, which is retail, which is about from 2 to the value has gone to 12. That means 6 times. The least has happened in my industry, which is insurance. We have only moved 2.5 times. So bringing in technology to insurance has happened only that kind of investment has happened, in our industry. So what does that mean? That means there is so much of scope. That also means that when I am and the entire leadership team of our organization or the insurance space is thinking about introducing technology and trying to do things using technology, it's for a reason. When organizations are trying to become insure-tech companies, it is for a reason. Yeah, it is also not in isolation that only machines will do something and people will not. It is about these 2 things coming together. Before entering into the room, I was having a chat with Dr. Chitta, and it was about how these 2 things can come together. What is happening to the insurance industry? So those kind of investments are happening right in industry 5. Yeah. I will try to connect everything, when we will. So we are just looking at some examples of industry 4, 5. Now, this is what the world is about. This is the summary. What you saw was a lot of machines were introduced, 1784. About 100 years later, during this period, a lot of processing must have happened. So mass production, we saw Henry Ford, assembly line setup. Eventually, we have entered into the computer age, which is 1969, and 1969 was also the period when Apollo 11 was launched. And then we have the summary. A lot of cyber-related things, Internet of Things, and we have been using it, and each one of us somewhere is touched, impacted, affected, positively, negatively influenced by the technology. One more thing. Any idea what is hype cycle? Product life cycle. We all understand product life cycle. You will find there is a similarity here. And this is what it is. This is a particular graph. Okay. What is written here on the left-hand side here is technology trigger to attaining the maturity, of a prediction, which say for example, this was I think this is, this was made in 2011. That particular number is missing. You only focus on Internet of Things, where Internet of Things was not even peaking in 2011. And it was expected that in the next 10 years' time, it will reach the efficiency or the most effective stage of, effective stage of this particular phenomena called Internet of Things. This is about 2019. Again, the same stages. While you can't read this, but Internet of Things has vanished from here. That means it has already attained the plateau. The technology has already attained the productivity plateau, or it is out of the arena. Yeah, it is not even there. That means it has passed that stage. Now, this is how our predictions, this is how whatever we have been thinking about doing is either getting extinct, or at least our predictions about the velocity, about the process or the speed is not matching up to our predictions. Yeah. So just to focus there on, that particular piece. This picture is just required to be seen, understood, how much technology has entered into our own areas. This is an example from the supply chain piece. Yeah. what you see here is everything till the end is automated, including that of the unmanned trucks. Now, that will happen at some point of time. But you see the intervention, the coexistence of technology along with two things are living together. One is technology, or machinery is living with the human beings. Yeah, this is the arrival of Industry 5, to my mind. Yeah, and accordingly, I have picked up these photographs, pictures from the. So just to give you a perspective of what is Industry 1 to Industry 5 and how will we coexist in this space. Let's progress a little further. This is Industry 5 and we'll stop it here because it is too much of technology and I am not a technology person. Let's go to what is happening in industry HR. How many of you at some point of time by choice would want to pursue HR as profession? Some more hands, no? Okay, no problem. So it's about what, 10% of the batch? Maybe that much? Yeah, fair. How many of you would want to pursue your careers in technology or your professions aided by technology? Okay, people who have raised hands, do they think that it will be purely driven by technology? Or at some point of time you will have to also bring in your prowess or your wisdom or your emotional quotient or your people management skills, into the. So this is for everybody. This is not from a human resources professional point of view per se. What I want to, there are three things on this slide, not too much. There is too much stuff lying here. One, that organizations have started to deliver, to the employees what employees expect. So that means there is more engagement happening, okay? There is more dialogue happening between employees and the organizations by the means of surveys. Do you participate in surveys knowingly, unknowingly, every day? You participate, right? Okay, much similar to that, there are plenty of surveys and the organizations, in particularly the HR department, reaches out to the employees of the company to get their, feedback. The second thing is that technology is unavoidable, inevitable, even for HR. Whether it is processing a transaction, to start at the recruitment stage, to gauge the candidate experience to the employee experience or to the exiting employee experience, everywhere technology has made inroads. Yeah? So that is again about coexistence. And the third thing is the well-being of the employee. And I will tell you, the well-being definition is not only about the health of the employee, the physical health of the employee, or you need to be in shape. It includes everything. It includes this. So the dimensions of well-being here are that you are, if it is about an employee, you and me, and if it is about the company, you and me, one will have to think about the physical, emotional, financial, social, environmental, occupational, purpose, intellectual. That means an employee is a package. The company has to deliver this particular thing or the, to the employee. Now, this is nothing but the summary of evolution of HR. Much like what we have seen in case of, what happened between 1784 to now, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is how HR has also been emerging, okay, to becoming a profession that was only a welfare officer. Okay, there should be somebody who can find, who can provide fine balance between the employer and employee relationship. The role started there to the role where it has become a strategic HR. One big event has happened, by the way, today. Today in the sense, now in the last 1 week, where Ms. Nair has become the CEO of one of the largest, what should I say, Chanel is the name of the company, right? And she's at 52, she has become the CEO, an HR professional. There are plenty of such examples even in insurance industry, our own insurance industry in the current times, where the HR guys or the CHROs or the HR heads have become the CEOs of their own company. So that means somewhere, traveling during this period between 1890 to right now, it has become a strategic profession. Yeah. So Industry 5. So that also means when HR is given to lead, see, earlier times it would not have been imagined that an HR guy would come and lead. because HR was seen as a secondary function, maybe a personnel management function or a human resources management function where a lot of trainings will be done, where whatever are the strategic goals of the company, HR would come and deliver as a package and will get out. So somebody who is externally associated with this. Having said this, HR guys have own technology. In my own team, there are about 5 engineers, okay, and then management graduates who are right now working. So where was it understood that an HR guy would also be an engineer? Nowhere. Finance guy understood they would do, from NITs, RECs, and IITs. They would study engineering and then go out to do management college, finance education from the top Ivy League colleges. But then this has started to happen here as well. So that's where, HR has become important in Industry 5. So we discussed about this. Well-being is not only about whether physically I am fit, mentally I am fit, it is about all the aspects of an employee. And that is where it is important that the HR team or the unit or the organization thinks about the employee as a, have you heard of something called Great Resignation era? Yeah? What is that? What is happening? So if you were to understand this, one will have to also talk to those employees. You cannot unilaterally decide on behalf of the employee that this is wrong with you, okay? Or this is what we are not doing right. It is also about these aspects. Believe you me, in the COVID period, in the last 18 months, we have realized that the problems which were unheard of have come to surface, okay? And we, as the HR team or the organizations, have to deal with it. Believe you me, during this period, we have seen, we as, in the sense, industry, insurance and non-insurance industry, everybody in the industry has experienced huge number of diversity candidates leaving the organization, because of the pressure, the stress, yeah, and because of other things. So therefore, this well-being has become important. Have you heard of something called Employee Assistance Program, EAP, yeah, which is a popular word now? That has been introduced in almost every organization. Yeah, every organization, in some way or the other. Yesterday, we were going through a large, media group. They made a presentation to a panel of juries where their focus area was only about well-being. So they made a presentation to a large company about their practices, because this also came as an entry for some reward, some R&R, R&R program. So well-being has taken the front seat. And therefore, what becomes important is that if I will keep punching and analyzing and do, use tools like big analytics and IoT, it will not take me anywhere. If I am away from the reality of what is happening with the people. Yeah. So that is where machines which were predicted to take over human beings. Have you seen Automata, a movie Automata? Have you seen that? No? Now, there is a concept of singularity in, like in gravity and universe, there is this concept also, which is when the machine will take over, will start thinking on its own and will act on its own. Yeah, that is against the code. That is against the code of conduct. You can't make a machine which can, and by the way, it was imaginary. But then in Automata, actually the machine started to do things on and started to destroy the human race. Now, those were movies, those were also leading the path. That was also some sort of prediction that was happening. Having 3 or 4 years hence, what we have seen is that they have started to exist together. There is no more threat to the jobs. Jobs cannot be thought without human beings. Okay, so we have come back to this era, in just about, so lot of good things have also happened in addition to whatever bad has been happening, in the current times, 18 months, VUCA world you see. So disruption will happen. So therefore, we are, congratulations that we are together here, with the machines. As soon as we adopt machines, no technology without human being, no human being or no human resources, science or humanities without the machinery. Yeah, because these will have to coexist. Sorry. So this is the future of HR function in 5. People who wish to pursue HR as full-time job. People who do not wish to pursue HR as full-time job, still for them also, because you all will become people managers. I've seen some of you have brilliant organization skills. That's what I've seen here, during this event, when they approached, how they approached, how everything else has been coordinated till now. Yeah, how you have been brought here, how you are being kept safe, how your parents may not be, worried anymore. So these are all organizational skills. Your own intent of coming here, your own intent of, that in some cases must have developed because of the boredom that you have developed. In some cases, your own enthusiasm to get out of the house and come here and study and stay away, So all that. Now, like it or no, become an HR professional or no, you are an HR professional. Okay, and you will have to embrace something like this. Now, what is it? You can read it in any direction. Now, there is something called flexible navigator responding to business-led transformation. Okay, we are, and I say it with a lot of pride and responsibility that as the head of HR, I am a part of the boardroom meetings not only to discuss compensation, but also to discuss strategy. If we were to launch a channel tomorrow, a business channel tomorrow, HR is also a part of that. And I'm not saying it. I said we can go on record. My company will hear this, and I'm saying with a lot of responsibility that HR takes a participative or a participating position in these meetings. That's where people are at the, and it's not just because you do not have the right talent in the market. It's because you have the talent and you also have to nurture the talent, and you will have to understand the talent. That's there. The second thing is business promoter, maximizing business value. A lot of companies, huge, IT companies, big powerhouses, they have started, in addition to the goodwill on the balance sheet, they have human capital also on the balance sheet. Yeah, and they otherwise, if retention was not such a big phenomena or it was not such a big subject, why would they allow attrition to happen? Why would the organizations, the enterprises be worried about attrition? You see. Come back to talent cultivator, that has been the role since, the maybe in the industry 3 types from there itself. But then understanding and developing talent. So what used to happen was, earlier days, you have a training program, okay, and training program is largely an orientation program, or training program is largely, a program which is away from the office and delivered to all, okay. So all of us will sit in a room about 20, 30, 40 without understanding the requirement, without really understanding the identification. There was a fad called training need identification, TNA. But the training requirements were never understood. It was delivered in mass. All of you clones will have to undergo a program, okay, whether it is required by you or it is not required by you. It is relevant for you, not relevant for you. Having said this, the profession itself has come far away from there. It is about customization. It is about using technology to customize programs. It is also about delivering what suits you, what will suit you, okay, not that I have this, take it. So it has moved a lot away, and business units, line functions have contributed, have participated. By the way, the inductions are also not run-of-the-mill, regular, mundane, vanilla programs. Inductions are also customized. Now, it is possible because you have technology. You have people and technology that have coexisted. You have modules which are existing for you separately, for use separately. Then you have digital accelerator collaborating with IT, and in all these areas you see with IT to accelerate the digital ages. Times of India and many other newspapers have carried on. Wednesday they have a supplement, which talks about a lot about technology. On Wednesday they also have where technology, mixes or converges with HR. In some of the articles you must have read that the CHRO and the CTO will be in the decision making or in the driving seat. Yeah. Why this? Because, and whenever I am referring to HR, I am also referring to the people managers. It's not HR function alone. Why this? Because there is technology. If you don't have investments like what has happened in the retail industry, by the way, we all agree that retail industry has seen the maximum number of technology, the advent or introduction of technology has happened, or a lot of investments have happened in the retail industry. Similarly, if there is technology, if we don't embrace or don't use it, then it will be, so the technology will be made available, the CTO will also be on the strategic, bench, so will be the HR guy, and these two guys will have to come together to take decisions. And you will find that in the coming period, may not be in the recent near future, but maybe over a period of some 10, 15 years, you will find that the HR guys who understand technology well will become the CEOs of the technology organizations and non-technology organizations, both. Yeah, so that's on there. One last thing on the CSR. CSR is corporate social responsibility, and trust me, as your professors, your teachers, doctors must be in some way, must be contributing to, this particular piece by the means of education, or by doing some practice, or by maybe you must be returning it to the society in some form. And that is also very, very important. You must have observed on one of the slides where we were talking about HR, giving back to the society is also part of the well-being, okay, well-being of the overall society. Yeah. So what is important is there are some percentages which are mentioned here, 25%, right from there. So it allows, so what is the most important role of CSR? Why CSR? CSR is just not, it's just not that it is fashionable, okay? It's just not that you see some people suffering and therefore you feel sympathetic about them. It is about you feel empathetic about the entire thing, and you have to bring the entire atmosphere in and around you. You will have to lift it. And therefore, what is important is that the CSR allows the company to promote its values, and so you are demonstrating responsible behavior, by this means. You're also improving your brand reputation, because which is an outcome. You take a lot of pride in if a particular cola company, which is consuming a lot of water, is also giving back a lot of water to the society. If a paper manufacturing company or a plastic bottle company is also recycling plastic bottle, you take a lot of, and they take a lot of pride in this, and therefore you also, the brand image of such a company, enhances. The next is supports recruitment and retention. It definitely, I have a CSR, program. There are three types of people who are driven by money, people who are driven by growth promotions, and people who are really driven by that social contact. This third category of people, which is driven by social contact, you will find them, this is also a retention tool for them. You give them opportunities. In my own company, we have owned a couple of villages in Maharashtra, where these guys go for service, for providing, jisko shramdan bolte hain na, they go stay there in those villages where there is no electricity, nothing. And they have done some miraculous job of creating ponds and pools, for irrigation and for whatnot. So people are interested. So therefore, it brings you that kind of, it will open up doorways, gateways for you to, acquire that kind of talent, attract that kind of talent. Then as it brings awareness to our most challenging issues, because finally, what are you trying to do by lifting the atmosphere around you, environment around you, is that you are picking up problems. You are picking up problem statements. For example, there is no water in a village. There is an irrigation problem, or there is a medical issue. You try to, or there is an education related issue where there are no schools, no teachers, nothing. Now, these are some problems that you are picking up from the society and delivering it back to them with solutions. Yeah, so that's how point number 4. And then you have, it helps improve sales and customer loyalty, because this is also sold well in the market. It's not only that you are doing it for free, you are returning it to the society, taking it also from the society and giving it back to the society. Yeah. So that's another side I don't know, and you should not also, because that's a very inconsequential, insignificant percentage here. Yeah, so this is about HR. Forget about technology. Technology will keep happening around you. Whether you embrace it, you don't take it, it is entirely up to you, but we will be left behind. But HR in Industry 5, okay, and CSR, the new thing that will be ESG, which you will soon read, and there are investment funds in ESG space, companies which are investing only in ESG compliant companies. So you will find all that. There will be extra focus on this. And then in a nutshell, this will emerge, where you have people, you have processes, you have policies, and you of course have individual and systems. So these things will coexist in Industry 5, you see. And when I said processes and systems are also about the technology which exists and the technology that will emerge. Yeah, but people cannot be done away with this. You must see that people will be at the center, okay, even in future, whether it is Industry 5 or Industry 6 or whatever, because what has happened was, there was a thought that technology will aid, customers and people. Now it will become, technology by being a part of us will become a part of the customer experience or the people experience. So now having you experience this and you witness it, by being separate, not by being a part of it. These are two different things. And this is the difference between that 4 and 5, or the 5 which is emerging. Of course, like the initial industry 1, 2, you will not have 90 years or 100 years. You will have faster cycles. For example, IoT is out. IoT is out in the sense IoT is not out of the scene. It has reached its plateau of productivity. It has gone to a cycle which is beyond the horizon and the purview of the cycle that we just saw in 2011-19. So embrace it, yeah. And I think this was the last slide that I have. Thank you very much, and I am open to questions, please. Thank you. Yeah, I'm ready for that.
Hello. If anyone in the audience has a question, kindly raise your hand.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Joel Varghese Jacob, and I'm pursuing a marketing specialization over here. Just like you said, in this session, you were talking about how important humans are, that people would be the center of attention when it comes to this, right? But when we talk about the recent advancements in AI, right, we are able to program that to change to whatever we like, right? And so let's say the next industry 6.0 or even 7.0, don't you think that the need for humans will become much less as it goes on? Don't you think that HR, the responsibility of HR might become much more lesser as it goes on? What do you think about that?
Okay. Can I ask you a counter question? I'm sure. Why do you think that will happen?
Well,
is just a thought, or you have?
Well, humans are. What do you think?
Speak out of your imagination, also, please. Yeah. I would love that.
Well, the AI is again. It's controllable. It's predictable in a sense. It would do what it wants you. If you wanted to do something, it would do that, right? Humans are much more unpredictable. You would have to be much more careful with what you say, right? But AI is you can control it if you want, right? So I guess as you've seen, right, as the HR, the responsibilities of HR have increased over the past the last century, right? But do you think that would come to a halt if AI comes into the picture? What do you think?
See, okay. Purely my response to this. Yeah, different people may have different opinions. Please have a seat. Important, interesting question. Will humans go out? Have you seen a movie by the name Elysium? Matt Damon. Yeah. You have seen the chaos and the lack of order in the other world, right? Yeah. That's imagination. Similarly, I spoke about the movie Automata. Yeah. Now, while this will happen, okay, nobody had predicted a black swan moment like COVID. Yeah, nobody has. Yeah, in one of the books, a very famous author from, I'm sure you must have read about Black Swan. The name of the book itself is that, I guess. Now, artificial intelligence will keep happening. It's happening for whom? Finally, it's happening for us. Yeah. The roles have emerged over a period of 1890s is the slide where the HR manager was a welfare officer. Now, I think welfare officer would have been the closest person to deal with human beings. Yeah, yeah. Machines were emerging, right? But then going to a HR professional who was a welfare officer then, and talking about technology, talking about machinery, talking about power looms and or steam engines would not have been possible, right? Now, it's the way that you would embrace it. Okay, you will have to. It's only what will happen is the speed will increase, by more introduction of these things. Artificial intelligence, finally, it will not attain the age of singularity because there will be code of conduct. There will be code on technology also. For example, we are dealing with cryptocurrency at this point of time without any rules, right? Don't you think there will also be rules and it will become a reality? In one of the countries in South America, it has become a currency. It's a legit currency, by the way, there. Now, therefore, this will exist. The roles will emerge. Trust me, you and me in our lifetimes will never be outdated. That's for sure. Have you read Marketing 4 by Philip Kotler? Same. Yeah. Please go through that. And their predictions in Marketing 3 are very, very different from what they're saying in Marketing 4. Because you really can't read the future. But they are also talking about coexistence. They are also talking about selling a product to the customer. It's only the customer has changed, the customer has started feeling, experiencing and thinking differently. They have stopped influencing a particular set of customers. but they are now influencing, they are working on the minds of different set of customers. So that's how it will emerge. Yeah, that is how it will happen. So whether it is artificial intelligence or some other type of intelligence, it is also true that the chairs are gaining importance. You see, and they are becoming intelligent and humans are not. A very typical example could be that I don't remember the numbers of the telephone numbers that I have at my home, not of all the members. But that does not make it make me demented. Maybe I am developing my skills in some other areas, you see. Yeah. So it will coexist. That's my personal view. Whether any type of intelligence, human or artificial intelligence, why in this world that we have started talking about empathy again? By the way, we have added empathy as a value on our, on our value chart. This has been introduced in the last 8 to 10 months. Yeah. So why this? Because you will have to feel for another human being. Yeah, once again. So world will keep emerging. Yeah, and there are other worries also, but those can be discussed separately. I hope I have answered your question. There wasn't an answer to this question if you ask me, but this is what I would like to, debate with you and submit as my response to your, thank you. Yes, madam. Yeah, okay, no problem. So after.
So good afternoon, sir. I am Arjun and I am from a finance specialization. So as you spoke about the great resignation era that's being currently happening right now. So what the thing is that most of the companies are having their employees working at their homes and they're also promoting the work from home criteria. So the thing is that most of the employees are like trying to leave their jobs or trying to switch off their jobs. So basically the thing that is being specified is that most of them are looking at the salary as a major factor, because most of the communication that happens through online is like, what you can say is based on a transactional basis. Like, so there is no mutual connection or a connection within the company that they can associate with. So in this time of era, how HR could actually work out, in order to make them feel that they are part of the company at the same time working from their homes.
Fair. Thank you. It's a very difficult job, and it's not that only one person can handle or one department can handle this. And why am I saying this? It's a very difficult job because 33% of the people don't want to come back to office. And these are surveys by some recognized companies. 33% of the people, they don't want to come back to office. They want to work from home, or they want to work from anywhere. The great resignation, you have asked 2 or 3 things, or you have shared a couple of things here. One is great resignation. Now the drivers of engagement for HR team and the entire organization has changed. In my own system, in my own organization, I have seen people leaving. Yeah, people leaving for better jobs. For example, IT in insurance, okay, or IT everywhere else is gaining so much of importance because of infosec issues. Okay, because of technological developments which were not happening earlier in some particular industries have started to happen now. Because people have seen 60 to 70% hike in their salaries and they were tried to retain, but they did not stay back. So all this is leading to, because it is also because that each person is sitting with multiple offers. Yeah, and he is not going anywhere, he or she is not going anywhere. Yeah, but then those many offers are in the market. Yeah, so that is also an inflation or a sort of an artificial, creation in the market. Now coming back to what are the engagement drivers? Now engagement drivers, when we reopened our offices, we had to actually ask our own employees. Okay, we had to really go back to them and conduct surveys, asking them, what do you want? You want to operate from home? You want an air-conditioned, Wi-Fi-enabled bus to come to office? Okay. Or there is some other problem that you want to be. So by the way, when we went on a lockdown, we were prepared. We had to borrow, buy, and rent a lot of computers and machinery. VPN connections were provided, and everybody was operating from home. Those, March 19, I guess, right? That particular period. Soon after that, people have started coming to office. Now, Arjun, your reasons for leaving the job are very different from my reasons for leaving the job. Yeah. But then clusters are formed. As I said, diversity candidates have exited the workforce. They've gone back because they had to manage 2 shops, 2 houses, because they were not getting the domestic support also. Yeah, they were also not getting, because both were working, double income houses. They also had a kid, and kid was also operating at home, and there were schools for the kid. Now somebody had to sacrifice, and more often than not what we have seen is that lady had to sacrifice. So therefore exit, one particular reason for why women workforce has exited, in large numbers is because they had to manage household. Yeah? Okay. Then it was also too much that you were looking into the eyes of your spouse. Both cannot work in, okay, metro migration happened. People moved away from larger cities, bigger cities in hordes. They went back. Parents were worried. Yeah, they had lower income or the salaries were reduced. So therefore people had to go back to their hometowns. Parents called them. Yeah, and they started working from there. In IT company where you are completely enabled by technology and you can work in isolation and these are individual contributor roles, this will not happen. This is happening because you have seen an upsurge, you have seen a growth, you have seen a huge growth in this space. Yeah? Therefore, people would be switching jobs. Another is that you develop fatigue. When you are operating from home for longer periods of time, you also want to test your market value. So once you are coming back, you are trying to find out for greener pastures and different type of jobs. So that fatigue and monotony has also contributed to that you don't want to work for the same company. Yeah? So all that is happening. I cannot say that this is the particular reason or this is the particular reason. But but the organizations will have to talk to people. There are companies who have successfully tried to contain their attrition, if not reduced it significantly. There are companies who have scored higher employee satisfaction, in ESS, employee satisfaction surveys, they have higher scores from a minus level to an extremely plus level. There are organizations who have earned Great Place to Work certification during this period. Now, how will they do it? Great Place to Work certification is that you just cannot influence. You just cannot influence the feedback provider or the respondent. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. So there are companies who have done great work. And one more thing, once again, coming back to you, people importance has only increased because now my retention efforts or the retention efforts by the HR department has increased many-fold. Okay, at my level, I am taking exit interviews rather than only depending upon people in the rewards. The compensation philosophy is the surveys would say that the increments have grown from a 7.4% to an 8.7%. Why this? When the companies are not earning well, then why this? But the companies are also earning well. IT percentage increase have doubled, double-digit increments, where it has never been seen. In an organized way where you will not come up with a resignation. When you come up with a resignation or a separation document or an offer in your hand, it might go to a 70% or 100% also. But logically speaking, some sense of word sanity, you will at least get 10%. Average increment in IT industry is like 10% when you are working for the same organization. So let the world emerge. Trust me, we are born in exciting times, and more you guys. We have seen too many changes in such a small space of time. Yes, madam.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Pranali Mastoot. I'm from HR specialization. Okay. So my question is that being an HR person, we tend to have the emotional quotient and that personal touch towards the employees. So, sir, according to you, being an HR person, somewhere down the line, the biasness does come into the picture. So, sir, according to you, can this biasness be solved using technology?
Yeah, good question, please. So first of all, we are also human beings, yeah, and we will err, yeah. We will also have those emotions. If we have this side of that emotion, which comes naturally to you, or which is taught, or that you have acquired. How objectivity can come in. I'll take a small example of recruitment and hiring. Just think about a situation where you get 10 profiles, okay? And because of some sense of bias, and I'm not saying you, anybody, and we are humans, because of bias, you pick up the person who is from your community, neighborhood, city, age group, gender, or some sort of racial alliance. Yeah? Are you not being biased? And I'm saying only recruitment when you are talent acquisition. Now, in order to bring in objectivity to this, and in order to avoid any sort of bias, related to this, you can also, what you can do is allow technology to take over. You don't go and talk to them. You don't see the applications. If you have received 10 applications, you will have some sort of assessment process in place. You can number these applications. You can remove address which is immaterial. Because if a person has applied for a position, that means he or she is willing to work in Mumbai or Bangalore or wherever. So those 10 applications are like, yeah. Up to a certain stage of selection of such an individual for one role, just use technology and do not let the human element come in. Just assess the process. I think it is achievable. You will finally end up taking people based on merits because you are allowing technology, okay, which is only supported by human beings to bring you to shortlisted profiles. Maybe what will happen is you are reducing the percentage of error. You are reducing the percentage of error of bias, of based on some, preferences. If you are able to achieve this, if you have been able to achieve this, you have done your job. Come back when you have to deal with an employee, okay? You have your own moods, yeah? You have your own pressures and situations and stress, and you work in difficult circumstances. Maybe while coming to the office today, you met with a small, altercation with a passenger in the train or, wherever. That means you are carrying that baggage here. That will translate into work, yeah? Now, there is no response to my mind from the technology there, okay? The response to this will be that whatever that you have, you must try to vent it out before you go and meet the person or you avoid that meeting. This is where you will have to bring in your human intelligence rather than depending upon machines. So there are some limitations from machines. Again, coming back to you, there are some limitations that machines will have, and there are some limitations that human beings will have. That's where they will coexist. You can improve efficiency, but for effectiveness, it is machine, but before machine, it is human beings. So they will work together in order to attain that level of effectiveness. Yeah, I hope I've responded to. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sukriti Goswami here, and a very engaging session indeed. Also glad that you have highlighted the importance of the HR department. Me, myself, taking HR ahead. After having listened to your session, I just wanted to get an insight from you based on the experience that you have had in the HR department and the way you have predicted how the future trends of HR will be. What would be the major 3 to 4 tips that you would give to the HR students of today that we excel tomorrow, the things we should do and the things that we might not be going into?
Okay. So if you are on social media big time, stop that and try to talk to people, more closely. Increase that human interaction. Okay, that's one. That's one for sure, because you will fail. Okay, you will find yourself vulnerable. Okay, you will find yourself strong. Okay, you will stop making judgments on people. Judgment is one important thing. The very question that I asked you initially, how many of you are from big cities and how many of you are, the corollary of that question was, how many of you did you actually like me asking that question? Did you like asking that question to you guys? Raise your hands. Did you find that the question was in place, it was appropriate? It was okay? Okay, it was not okay for me. I also asked that how many of you are from smaller cities? Yeah. So I'm sure some people would have felt that I am trying to make you feel inadequate. Yeah. So in order to avoid being judgmental, we will have to increase all that. Having said this, adopt technology in the right sense once again. Yeah. I'm telling you, this is very, very important that whatever technology is being taught to you, you do something over and above that. From an analytics point of view, okay, tomorrow you will work for large organizations, yeah, people with, or maybe a medium-sized organization, but with a lot of data. The entire organization will depend upon you for analytics of people. It is not as easy as understand the demography of the people. It is about, a particular employee can run into many cells and many columns of an Excel sheet. Yeah, because finally when you have a person, you will have to make sure that the person does not leave in the organization and continues to grow according to the engagement drivers that individual has. Now that's where the analytical skills will come in. Yeah. Another thing is read a lot, watch a lot of movies, the current movies. They give you interesting perspective. And one thing which is not only for HR guys, but for all of you, is your imagination. Just increase the power of your imagination. Okay, now these are some commonsensical things. For example, anybody will tell you read books, but I have realized that it is important to read books. Watch movies. Maybe some of you may not like it, but watch movies. Yeah, these are very important. They give you perspective. And imagination is your real friend. Yeah, and increase your human interaction is one. I have a 18-and-a-half-year-old daughter, and I see her working all the time on machines, and more so in the last 18. Her entire 12th was in front of the computer, and first semester of her college is also in front of the computer. Yeah, and she's so averse to communication. Communication in the sense she will communicate well, but she's so averse to that human interaction. She would only go to some limited set of people to talk. Now that means you are evolving very, very differently. But since you are an HR professional, you cannot avoid. At times, there are places whenever HR guys are visiting the branches of our setup, we expect them to be based out of an area which is common, which is not enclosed, which is where people can really approach them. Okay. If you understand that complexity and different people will come to you automatically, your learning will happen, and you will go through a lot of complexities in life, a lot of difficult situations in life. That's where you will come up with solutions for them. Today also, people when walk into your office, they expect a solution. Okay, that's what happens with, if you are a specialist, if you are a marketing guy, if you are a sales guy, people walk up to you because you will offer them the right product. If you are an engineer, they will come to you for a technology related solution. If you are an HR guy, they will come to you with a people situation and would want you to respond. And they would want nothing less than an answer. Yeah. Another important point is that do not give your opinions come what may. I'm actually doing the same thing, but you should not. In real life, I would not want to give opinions. And that's how you will not be judgmental about things. I hope. Yeah. Yes, please. I think I'm taking a lot of time, but I'm enjoying it. You will have to.
So, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
It's a great interactive session. So
I hope this is your question. You are reading it from the paper.
Yes, sir. Okay. My name is Maninder.
Yes, Maninder.
So I want to know the latest, what are the fears or ambiguity to the employees due to the latest technologies in artificial intelligence, as well as how these trends or organizations are looking into it to change this perception of artificial intelligence or trends going on.
Okay. So you've completed the question.
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay.
sir.
So it's not only the machines which are, disturbing or causing the disruption. Trust me, the bigger worries that the employees go through is, in the current world, it is the, job loss, fear of missing something. Yeah. It is also about whether I'll be left behind, whether the company will invest in me, whether I will retire not at the age of 60 to 55 to 50 now. Yeah, whether I will be consequential in the scheme of things or no. These are some of the bigger worries. Now, some of the worries are without sense technology, without artificial intelligence. These are your own creations. These are your own imagination. Yeah, but then some of the worries are actually true. If you don't embrace, if you don't accept technology, don't adopt technology. Okay, if you don't adopt current situations, if you don't upskill, then this is bound to happen. At some point of time, see, this happens in IT industry, you know that, yeah? When you need coders, okay, you don't need experience, you don't need team management experience. So people will go out for, people with coding knowledge, yeah? And then the skills, eventually they will own the skills. Similar things might happen to other professions also. You are being assessed for your own energy levels, you are being assessed for the new things that you know. Now, if you don't upskill yourself, that's the biggest threat. Now, upskilling also would include that you should, if you were working on Excel sheets earlier, you should be able to work on the HRMS and the, the mobile applications and all that. So, you should be technologically very, very savvy and a practitioner of, that. If you don't do that, so the biggest threat is fear of losing something, the job loss, whether I'll be left behind in the race of learning new things, whether I have that aptitude in me to learn, yeah, because that feeling has to come from within. Okay, there are technologies lying here, there are opportunities for people, there is so much of time for people to, to learn, but people would not want to do it. Power BI tools. So there are licenses in our company, but there are certain set of people, they just would not want to budge and go and adopt Power BI tool, because we understand that Power BI is going to be relevant for all of us for analytics. So why don't we do that? But people, so that's your will, which is your biggest threat. Will to skill is the biggest threat.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Pranav Balamurali and I'm from marketing background. A very interesting session. Thank you for it.
Thank you.
My question for you is, as Industry 5.0 is at the horizon with AI and humans coexisting, on the other side of the spectrum of what Pranali asked before, if technology is developed to select people based on a few parameters, doesn't it eliminate the scope of creativity or different human characteristics which might be useful in an organization? And how is HR going to cope up with that fact?
Fair. Okay, very good. When I responded to her and to all of you, it is not that one will do. It was not binary. It's not 0 or 1. They will coexist. When you are assessing an individual, and I'm saying assessing, wrong word maybe, but then you are trying to arrive at whether your talent, the hire is right. Okay, you are picking up the right talent. Not only, there are plenty of tools aided again by technology which is about aptitude, which is about behavioral sciences also, and all that is being compared against the data that is sitting in the server. Okay, and earlier times it was impossible because these tools were, they were born in Western world, they were created there. So we really did not have the data, our own cultural. It was not even, there are tools different for Eastern hemisphere of the world, Western hemisphere of the world. There are tools different for India, there are tools different from a particular, state of India, and likewise. So now with all this kind of data to compare with is available. Nowhere, please do not mistake me when I said that the technology will come up with the right fit. The technology will offer you choice. There will always be a disclaimer, okay, that you shortlist. First of all, how do you go? What is the process? You have come through, to this particular place after cracking multiple exams, interviews, rounds of discussions and all that. Now at every stage, there are elimination rounds, okay, where somebody is trying to judge you, assess you. Then there are non-elimination rounds, you see. Now, in the order of preference, in the Maslow's hierarchy theory, you have something which is the first thing that you must check in a fresher, that whether you have the right aptitude or no. Then you go to the next stage, and then you go to the next stage. So at some point of time, you will have to stop, even after you have done behavioral exams, administered behavioral tests, you have deployed all that. After that also, you will have to stop, and then you check. But to start with, you can eliminate the risk, which is a very, very basic fundamental risk in human nature. That can be eliminated there, by deploying a right type of technology. Then after that, it is your call. You will not go back to all 10. In 2017, we conducted a campus exercise for, one of the colleges in Bangalore on, in-camera assessment. So machine gave us results against the data that this is the right fit. And they offered us. So we selected a few, which was shortlisted a few based on that. And then we were not convinced on one or two, from the machine. We interviewed them separately. Yeah. So again, it's about coexistence. It's not about me or you. It's not about 0 or 1. It's about both. Yeah. That's it. Thank you for patiently listening, and it was a nice interactive one. Thank you.
So we have a small felicitation.
I'll remove this.
Thank you, sir. We now request Dr. Shyam Sundar Chitta to felicitate our dignitary, Mr. Dinesh Bhojwani. No, sir, it was very interactive. I think this is sir's phone, right? Nice, Thank you all. Yes. We would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Dinesh Bhojwani for sharing his valuable insights on how the trends are changing. Even the organizations are trying to make the ends meet by delivering to the employees what they expect, stressing on the need for emotional aspects and technology to coexist in the present era. Sir outlined the HR functions of tomorrow and concluded with the role of CSR in Industry 5.0. Thank you, sir. It was indeed a very interactive session.
Now, we move on to the next speaker for the day, Mr. Shekhar Jagannathan, Senior General Manager, Amar Raja Group. Mr. Jagannathan is an MBA graduate from Bhartiyar School of Management and Entrepreneurship Development with an HR and Systems specialization. He is certified in Strategic HR Management from IMA. He has an honors diploma in Information Systems Management. He is trained as a facilitator in advanced behavioral areas by International Facilitators Association, Singapore. As a business excellence assessor in CII Business Excellence, Mr. Jagannathan has been a part of many assessments on behalf of CII. He has undergone extensive training in transactional analysis under International Transactional Analysis Association and Transactional Analysis for Organization Development. Mr. Shekhar Jagannathan began his career in the Taj Group of Hotels as a part of the HR team. He has been trained to be a facilitator in the Tata Business Excellence model. In his following role in OT consulting and training, he has worked with more than 40 corporate organizations in various fields like designing performance management systems, competency mapping and assessment centers, behavioral training programs, and change management processes. He has been a part of different spheres and has expertise in organization culture building, large-scale interactive programs, leadership development, change management, talent acquisition, and strategic HRM. Since 2006, he has been a part of the Amar Raja Group, handling diverse roles in business and corporate HR. He is passionate about empowering people. He strongly believes that people have unlimited potential. Mr. Jagannathan had been chosen as one of the 100 most influential leaders 2016 by the Employer Branding Institute. He was adjudged as Great Manager 2019 by People, Business and Economic Times and is a part of the Academic Council of a reputed B school at Hyderabad. In his 21 plus years of experience, he has initiated and led several projects in HR that have delivered high business impact. Now, we would like to invite Mr. Shekhar Jagannathan to give us a wider perspective of his experiences and knowledge to help us understand the topic better. So we invite you to take the podium and enlighten us.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thanks. Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, I know. Graveyard shift is really a difficult time for both of us, right? For me to talk and for you to sit and listen, that's more difficult. But still, we'll try to make it interesting. Yeah? Shall we do one small activity before getting into this? Yeah? Okay. Turn to your neighbor and simply say, hi, introduce yourself. Hi, I'm Shekhar, or give your name. Done? Yeah, one is. And I think, now it's fine. We'll do this again, yeah? But this time, you need to tell your name in reverse. My name is Shekhar, I'll say, hi, I'm Rakesh. Go ahead, simple thing, your name, try doing it. It's your name, after all. Done? Or you need more time? You are safe if your name is like mine, very short, 5 letters. Otherwise, it's like, hi, I am blah, 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 that's what will happen, right? Good. All right, so let's, on that note, we will get into this topic. I'll be there to see. We are set? Yeah. Okay. That's the screen. So I'm going to be showing some images before we talk to remember those images. Welcome to this Industry 5.0. Now those were images that that's our current images, right? It's not taken from anywhere, obviously from the internet. So I have the credentials also on that. So courtesy and thanks to all of them, all those websites which have given me the content. So this is what we are going to be talking about. Yeah. I'm sure Dinesh must have touched something on the industry 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Dinesh Bojwani, yeah. So I'm also going to be touching upon that. Hopefully this will be from a different perspective. That's what I'm going to give here. We'll start. This is the first one, 18th century, right? What was the main thing? The mechanization, yeah? Steam power and mechanization of production was the main thing here. Steam engine was the biggest invention at that time. What did the, the middle point is about how did they increase their production 8 times, correct? That's what happened. There are so many things happened. I'm only going to give you a very, very brief highlight of what happened in those areas. Let's talk about second one. That's the next century. Electricity was the main thing. Yes. Assembly line was another main thing. Yeah. Significantly faster and at lower cost. So they produced significantly faster and at a lower cost. Then the management theories started coming up. So while they were becoming better in producing goods, they were also trying to come up with methods to make people to produce better, people to become more efficient. That's where all the management theories started. Third one, partial automation, yeah. During mechanical devices or gravity-based or various devices, partial automation and automating the full line. That's what they talked about in 3. 4 is the computer world. Application of ICT to industry, yeah. We know various things that have happened because of information and communication technology as such. Expanded by network connection and a digital twin. So there is simulation for everything that we have, correct? And you can sit in one room and operate an entire plant, yeah. And when Jamnagar plant was actually, when it was installed or first time when they started it, an entire refinery, normally which would have about 4,000, 5,000 people to run the refinery, they had only 400 people. Only 400 people they had to run the entire refinery. So that became a benchmark. And it was possible because of all these digital twin simulations and controls and all kinds of things. Cyber physical production systems, yes. That's again a very interplay between the computer technology and people. This and many, many more, right? We'll not get into the technicalities. The big point is here. The industrial that happened, or what was the side effect or a byproduct of that? It was focused on producing more and more. Yeah, producing and coming up with processes that can help in producing more. I don't know what happened because of that. This is a good byproduct, bad byproduct, good or bad, I do not know, but this is the byproduct of that industrial revolutions, 4 industrial revolutions. Now, which one fueled which other one, I don't know. Whether the industrial revolutions fueled consumerism or consumerism fueled IRs, I do not know. However, this was not there, there was no IR. If more people did not need more and more products, there is no industrial revolution. So that's what has happened, yeah? Now let's look at it slightly differently. You've seen this man? If this man was alive now, he would have built his theory differently. Now you will know who that person is, right? The name of that person you know very well, yeah? And he developed a hierarchy of people moving from one level to another to another. If he was living now and started his theory, did it like this. Why? If it was not like this, then the 4 IR industrial revolutions would not have happened. Yeah. Now, consumerism made sure that all of us never went to the top. We go race up 2 stages, come back, maybe come back again, right? There's no, I mean, hierarchy means we need to move from one level. There are many, many examples to it. Okay? So yeah. Yeah. And the marketeers won't allow you to go to the next stage also. Yes? Right? Now, how many of you have been using mobile phones? How many of you have changed it in the last 2 years? Yeah. So the products that you brought were bad products? Were they inferior quality products? But still you changed it, right? Still you felt the need to change it, right? Yeah. Now that's where this whole thing is coming from. Yeah. You see the advertisement. You see one of those toothpaste advertisement. Yeah. It may be, you may be experiencing that sensitivity for a fraction of a second, but the ad display, gives that in super ultra slow motion, and it extends that to 30, 40 seconds. I mean, you almost will think that, oh, I must feel that sensitivity for 30, 40 seconds, it looks like, right? You'll almost feel like that. So that's what is the power of advertising. I'm not saying it is bad, right? That's the way they are marketing their product, right? What they are touching upon is to keep the need for their product or any product alive. They need to keep it alive for them to survive. Yeah. And that is all part of consumerism. Correct? So that is what have been happening all these years. Now let's talk about 5.0. I think there is a big shift that's happening here. A big shift from the first 4 to the next one. This is the first time people are talking about, it's not yet well defined, mind you, it's not yet well defined, we are not into that, we don't know. Some companies may have adopted, some countries may have started thinking about it, but we are not yet there. But then, this is the first time people are talking about this. People are talking about sustainability. People are talking about resilience. And Industry 5.0 is going to be based on these 3. Right? Now, this is a big shift from whatever we have seen in industrial up to 4.0, because there it was more about using better methods to produce more better quality products and things like that. But then here is where the shift that's happening, which is a good shift. I think we understand that shift. I think we all can ride this change and get benefited for ourselves, and we can create a lot of benefit for the entire world. Let's talk a little more about these shifts. The focus was on connecting the machines. Here it's going to be on driving customer experience. Now, that word has been used everywhere here now, correct? Experience. And what customer experience that I give, be it educational institutions or a product company, all of them are talking about providing great customer experience. Mass customization to hyper customization, right? So we'll talk more about it. Hyper customization is you are going to be having a product for your own, based on your own preference, right? Not just on the technology-based product, say like an insurance product or anything else. Even a physical product, we will see a lot of customization happening. Integrity, intelligent supply chain, right? This responsive and distributive supply chain is the one which will help, or which will be a vehicle for the hyper customization. Because you can't have factories manufacturing products for each individual separately, right? They have to have economies of scale. So they will probably produce like half-cooked products, like the ready-to-cook product, the food item that you have, the ID chapatis and parotas that you get, right? It's all half-cooked, right? Then you want to add oil to it, that's your choice. You want to add ghee to it, it's your choice. You don't want to add anything, that's your choice. Yeah. Now, similarly, for all other products, also it can happen, and it will happen, right? And for that, we need local manufacturing setups for your customization. Yeah. So that's where this distributed logistic and supply chain is going to be helpful. Then experience activated products. This is interactive products, right? Your product will have all kinds of things, like even a credit card that you have, it interacts. Phone interacts. Your car can interact with things around. IoT, yes. Last one is return of manpower to factories. Now this manpower will be different from the manpower which we have seen so far. These are not the base level workers, a pair of hands. No, these people will be a lot more intelligent, who will be able to handle machines and computer systems and things like that. They will be a lot more educated, evolved, right? Some of the technologies, I'll not talk much here. Blockchain, drones, exoskeletons, right? You're aware of that, right? Exoskeletons, we have seen it already 5-6 years ago. We have seen it in movies. We have seen, yeah. For somebody who's not at recalling, right? The Avatar movie that we saw, and the person who wears that suit and he walks. Finally, the villain who comes in that's the exoskeleton that we are talking about. 5G and beyond, in terms of speed of network, mixed reality, right? The VR and AR products. Those are all things that are going to be in future, in vogue. There is more. Obviously, I would urge you to read and more. Now, how do we ride this wave, these are some of the technologies we may or may not be aware of, we may or may not be fully competent to deal with. How do we deal with it, right? So we say all our textbooks have given us different set of skills, different set of knowledge that we have gained, different things that we have gained. Right now, how do we get into this 5.0 world where things are going to be different? First thing is very, very simple, I must say, conquer the unknown, right? There you go, all right? That is all. Now he's having fun, that's it. So just jump into it, you will learn. Because of this. These are the 4 types of skills, right? Now, problem solving, was it relevant in 1875? Not relevant. 1875 problem solving was not relevant or relevant? Yeah? Okay. Self-management was relevant in 1600? No? It was relevant, right? Managing self is relevant, it's always been relevant. Working with people, technology use and development, these are the 4 types of skills. There is a big list of skills under these, but these are the 4 types, right? So if you are strong in these fundamentals, right, you will be able to pick up anything very easily and move ahead. Now this is the core of riding the wave. Yeah, so let's talk about a few more things. I'll talk about some examples of companies which have already got into it, which are into solving a lot of problems. We've heard of this company? Yeah. And what they have done is actually brought in a lot of people who are working in fringes and all different scattered, they've all brought them together. The electricians, the carpenters, the mechanics, AC mechanics, and all of them, right? So What has this given? This has given dignity to the labor of those people. Right now, you know how critical it is. A plumber, you know how critical that job is. But then we actually do not give him or place him at the right place in the society. But now through urban company, when he comes, he wears a uniform, he has got all his protocols now for COVID, all that he has, right? He's treated differently, right? So urban company has actually created a revolution in that sense, yeah. But now, this is only an urban company. Can we make it rural company? Which means, can we extend it to all the rural areas? So look at the scope of what can be done. The urban company is catering to a small portion of the market. There's so much to do, right? And this is all possible. This was all possible due to technology, right? And the same technology that we are talking about in, say, 5.0 and all that. See, that technology is what they are using, correct? So that is one of the practical application of how do we make use of the technology and advancement that is available to make tangible difference to people. Okay, heard of this company? Yeah? This company sells art online, which in the sense, it doesn't sell only Picasso's arts and Hussein's art, M.F. Hussein's art. Anybody can sell art. Think about the number of people in the country, in the world, who are good at painting, for example. There are many types of arts. I'm talking about only painting, right? If they are able to monetize their skill, how well it will be, right? You take your textbooks, you take many of the movies and all that, right? A painter, an artist, what kind of imagery is projected onto us? That person with shabby, okay, dirty clothes and all that will be in a kind of a workshop. Have most cases, these artists are projected as somebody who is struggling for their livelihood. Yes or no? Right? Have you ever in any of the movies seen a very rich artist? Except he was Ravi Verma or few other people like that. Very, very few. Handful, you can count a handful of people in the world, right? But the majority of others are not. Yeah? A part of that is a reality, that they are not, because they do not know how to monetize. And this gave a fantastic platform for them. Anybody can monetize their art, right? So check this out. Porter, you've seen, right? This is like an Ola and Uber for your 407s and the small vehicles, the load movement, shifting of load from one place to another, movers and packers and things like that. Rento Mojo, have you heard of? Some of you who have shifted from some other city to Hyderabad, taken up an apartment, studio apartment, right? How many of you had wanted to invest in furniture? Not many, right? Now, it's because of these guys we are able to do it. Fantastic business model, again using technology, correct? They're pretty good, pretty organized based on technology. This is another 5.0 company, I would say. Yeah, very, very economical as well, right? For a two-bedroom flat, if you ask me, can be furnished, all functional furniture, right? For a rent of about 6,000 per month. Now imagine if you're going to stay in a city for 6 months only and move on, right? Why do you have to invest in buying furniture? Then you need to maintain it, then you need to shift it, then you need to use OLX to sell it, and he will ask for half of the price and you will have heartburn. All kinds of things will be there. So you don't have to do all that, right? Take this, good furniture, use them. They make a company, I mean, it's better for them, good for us. It's a win-win for everybody, right? So, some more. You've heard of this? Here those. These people are 24/7 online counseling services with professional psychiatrists and psychologists. Very much needed thing for today's world, yeah? two things they did. One, they made psychologists and psychiatrists accessibility easier. Second, slowly the taboos are being broken down. It's not a big thing that you have to hide your face, change your identity to go and talk to a counselor, right? This is available, so you can do this. Connect and heal, again, medicines, medical hospitalization, doctor, allopathy, medicines, all kinds of medicines related. Similar app. Hyperforms is about hydroponics, organic farming, all are becoming popular. There are fintech companies and many more. Now, these are all practical applications of what we have seen so far and what we are likely to see. But this is not enough. This is not enough, because some of these things is what has brought us to those images that we saw in the beginning. Correct? These are all good to use, right? But those images are also real. Yeah? So how do we think ahead? So let me leave you with some ideas here for you to think, for you to go start your own setups, for you to go and influence the world ahead of you, right? Can we make the carbon footprint mandatory as a label in all products? We have ingredients, we have all the nutrition value and all that is given in any packet food thing, and you have all the other technical specifications in a cell phone or a slide changer or anything. Can we make carbon footprint also mandatory? Which means how much energy have you used to manufacture this product? How much carbon you have released to manufacture this product? If we can make that mandatory, imagine the possibilities, imagine the spin-offs of all that. Imagine the consciousness that it will bring to all of us consumers when we are using a product. We are using a product for convenience. We are using a product because it is available at next door. We are using a product because it's nice to use that. We are using a product because it gives us a bit of pride in owning that product. If we also have this in the product, that educates the customer as to what this product, what has gone through, what this product has done to the environment in its journey of coming to you. Yeah? Another idea. Can we have a life of a product labeled in that product? We have shelf life of food items, perishable products we have, because it's perishable, because it's easily visible and it can create damage to human body, so therefore it is there. You have expiry date in medicines. Now why can't we have a product life for other products? Why can't we have a product life for a shirt, for a box like this, a plastic box, a wooden box like this, or a speaker like this, for a shoe, for a car, for a phone? Imagine the possibilities if that is given there. It can have major ramifications on the price that you pay, right? Because if a product, if you find a good product, say, let's say a mobile phone, right? 20,000 rupees, life of the product is 3 years, for example. Another product, 75,000 rupees, life of the product, 3 years. Which one will generally people buy? There is a percentage who will buy the most expensive one, it's fine. That's only a small percentage. Now imagine the knowledge that the customers and consumers will have when they are investing in a product. Now imagine how you will respond or react to those marketing campaigns that are designed to make you feel inferior if you are owning a mobile phone which is more than 1 year. How will you respond to that? You will respond differently. Imagine how you will use that product. Okay, this is 3 years old. Yeah, 3 years life product. So once I invest and I bought it, unconsciously I'll be driven to make sure that I use this for at least 3 years. Say 2 years, two and a half years. Correct? That's what will happen if we do this. And the price that you pay for a product will actually come down. Because the pricing is done, marketing guys are here. One of the fundamental concepts of pricing is perceived value. Correct? Now that perceived value is based on many things. It's a lifestyle product, it is this, it is that, fine. But the functionality of the product in terms of its life is so much. Now do I have to buy this, right? A functionality of a mobile phone is, let us say, 3 years. Do I have to pay 60,000 rupees to buy that mobile phone? Which means per month, how much do I have to pay? Right? At least 1,800, 1,500, 1,750 rupees, right? Now 1,700 rupees is what I'm going to pay for owning that mobile phone. Correct? So now we will start thinking, should I pay 1,500 rupees for just owning that mobile phone and that brand? I'll start thinking, can I get something at 1,000 rupees ownership? So it can bring down the entire pricing. This perceived value pricing can all go RE. Can we look at workspaces, co-workspaces in every taluk and district? Not only for IT companies, but for others as well, right? What will this do? This can reduce the migration of people from cities and taluks and villages to cities. And migration is the biggest problem that we have now, correct? Right from transportation, cities are busting up and cities, I mean, their infrastructure are crumbling. So many of those issues that we have. Now, if we can have this, we have technology right now. We can have it. There are companies which have already started doing it. We need to have more of them. Yeah. Zoho, read about Zoho of how they are using it, correct? Because you will not see Zoho offices in big cities. You'll always see in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities. I would say it's also because the founder is from one such village and he wants to make a difference to this whole world. Okay, so few more ideas faster. Can we make the seller to collect all used products and use for producing new? The accountability, can we fix it on the seller? There are some products government has got rules. We are in one such industry, batteries, right? We sell batteries, we are supposed to collect it back. Yeah? So likewise, can we have the seller accountable for that? Anything for that matter. Even if it's for cloth, right? It can be collected back and it can be used, right? There are industries, there are companies which are collecting old clothes, they are shredding, they are using it for different purposes, repurposing that they are doing. Some cloths are even amenable for crushing and you can make different fabric out of that. It's all possible. Okay? Can we build companies? Okay? Sellers cannot do it. Can we have separate independent companies which can do that? We have an expansive network of companies and companies that are delivering products to you, right? In every nook and corner of the world. Can we do a complete reverse of that? It's possible. They are doing it for the rejected items anyway, correct? You buy a product, you don't like it, you can return it, right? It's the same guy who is doing it. Can he do for an old cloth or a used product? 5 years old mobile phone. He will come and collect it, okay? Give a particular price. He will collect it. He will use it responsibly. He will reuse it responsibly. We need to make that. Can we have mega factories for safe recycling of everything? For example, let us say every district in this country has got a plastic recycling plant, right? No, don't have to have a sophisticated plant. You just have to collect all the plastic, crush it, make it granules, send it to the big factories which are converting them to other products. That is all is needed. Imagine the impact that it can have in the environment, and it is a very, very good business model. Yeah, it can be a self-sustaining business model. Right? Now, these are some of the ideas that I would want to leave it with you to ride the wave of Industry 5.0. For me, the topic meeting the ends means solving problems for people and planet. This is what it means to me, right? From where we started, to have the entire ocean like this, clean and safe and a thriving ecosystem, where we have congested cities, to have cities like this, all cities can be made like this. From where we had poverty and where people do not have enough food, to reach here for all the people in the world, to reach here where all of us are healthy. There's a long way to go. There's a long, long way to go, which means there are tremendous amount of opportunities that are available, right? And I think it is a perpetual pursuit because it will keep going, and it's a positive pursuit, yeah? Enjoy the expedition. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for the opportunity.
We now move to Q&A session. So if anyone from the audience has questions, so kindly raise your hands.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, this was a very insightful session. So my name is Pranali Mastood. I'm from the HR specialization. Sir, when you were giving the certain question to us, you did specify on life of a product. So, sir, life of the product.
A life of the product, yes.
Yeah. So, sir, when I was analyzing, I found out that when it comes to technologies and everything, it often depends upon how we use it, like upon our usage. So, setting, like if it comes to me, if I'm using a 10,000 mobile, I can use it up to 3 years as well. But if the product is given, if the life cycle of the product is given as 2 years, then I don't think I'll have the mentality of using it only for 2 years.
Fair enough. Good. That's a good question, right? Thank you. You can sit, right? There are multiple dimensions to this, yeah? You have, there is a general accepted usage of any product, right? You have a car where they are giving you mileage. The bikes, they give you a mileage. It's a general driving conditions or ARAI in specific driving conditions, right? If you use it in that manner, it will come, you'll probably get that mileage, because there is also this variability of the fuel, the quality of fuel involved in that. There are many, many factors. So normal working conditions, normal usage conditions, this is what it is, right? 2 years. If you want to use it for 3 years, well and good, please do it, right? However, the majority of people are not using it for 2 years. Because you have the influence of the other things that are coming into play, right? How many mobile phones companies are actually introducing a new advanced one after 2 years? What is the new product, new variant, or an improvement frequency? Every 3 months you are getting a new one, right? Why? What are they trying to do? They are trying to. Actually, it may sometimes even come with only cosmetic improvement. But they are trying to say that what you are having is an old version. They are trying to say that you are actually having an inferior product. We already have a superior product in the market, and they are trying to induce you to purchase that. Yeah. Now, if they have this life also in that, and they introduce a new product, which is fine. Okay, fine. If I like that features that have come in that, I will buy it. Otherwise, anyway, this will run for 2 years. This current mobile will run for 2 years. I will use it. And if it comes off in 1.5 years or 1 year, right? Some of them will ignore, but there will be a large portion who will say, hey, you said 2 years, this conked off in 1 year, why? You please repair and give it to me free of cost. And what happens? It puts a lot of accountability on the manufacturer of the product to produce a product that gives you 2 years lifetime, at least. 2 years, 1 month, something happens, he can safely say, no, that's not my problem, correct? That's what happens. So you can use it for more than the specified life, yeah. Yeah. Please, go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Manan Pamecha, and I have chosen finance as my specialization. So my question is, with the revolution from Industry 1.0 to Industry 5.0, which is a big shift, how do you see Industry 6.0 in future?
Good, I think they're already talking about it. Fine. So, thank you. Maybe the industry, when we talk about Industry 6.0, some of the ideas we talked about here is already in place, right? And we are looking at much more longer term sustainability and things like that. Maybe they will talk about, why do you want to have so many satellites revolving around the earth, right? Can we have some restrictions around that? Can we have some consolidation done there? Yeah? Forget the defense satellites for your own security, maybe. Or maybe in the defense area itself, saying that, okay, now why do you have to accumulate so much of weapons, right? Where people are already talking about it, but then that could become more prevalent and maybe more acceptable, right? Maybe. I don't know. I'm still speculating. I'm also guessing like you. Yeah. Any?
Hello. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Shivam Rai. I'm a second-year marketing student, sir. My question is somewhat similar to the one that was asked before the last gentleman asked. So let's say we have a product that can be used for a very long time. I mean, will it not affect the jobs in the longer run? I mean, isn't that why we have conscious obsolescence done by the companies?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons which has been given. Said that we need to run this company for 50 years. I mean to give employment to so many people. Therefore, I'll keep producing more and more. Not needed. Have a seat. Have a seat. You can still create a lot of employment. All right? You can still create because there is so much to be done. You saw those photographs in the thing, right? To oceans, now to clean up the oceans itself is going to take at least 50 years. If we put concerted efforts using all kinds of technology, correct? So now, who will do? Some of us have to do it, right? You can send robo, but still you need to manufacture that robo. You need to still control that robots. Yeah. You still have to do it. And you need to create a robo which is so nicely, which can adapt to the environment which is down there. Yeah, it should not affect the marine life which are there. Correct? So there is so much to be done in that. So even if it is longer, we will not use, we may not have more of the same product. We will have different kinds of products.
Sir, can I have a small counterpoint, sir?
Please go ahead.
So, sir, earlier in the last century, these bulb manufacturers, they had a small cartel, and then they had collectively decided that the duration of the light bulb should not exceed, let's say, 1,000 hours. And if it exceeds, then there will be fines, and there are recorded fines which have been paid by Philips, GE, and all those companies, sir. But what that has done is it has increased the longevity of all those companies. They are still generating a lot of profits and a lot of employment, sir.
Good. What happened to them? What did they do with that kind of a cartel? They actually produced more and more. They used it for earning more and more profit for themselves, right? Now the situation is not like that anymore. Technology has been democratized long back. As long as you have Google, anybody can learn any technology. You don't have to be dependent on a Philips, right? Many of these companies have done just that. right? So you don't have to be, for example, say let's take an urban company. You're buying a new air conditioner and you want somebody to fix it. You don't have to be dependent on the carriers of the world. You don't have to be dependent on Samsung or the IC manufacturer to fix it. Correct? He will charge 1,500 rupees, 2,000 rupees or whatever, and he will dictate terms to you as to when he will come and fix it. Correct? And anything happened, he will say, oh, you did not handle it fine, that's why it conked off, I will not give you warranty, all kinds of things they will say, because they were controlling the market. It's current, it's not like that. It's all freely available already. You don't have to depend on the manufacturer. Right? And anybody can, I mean, if somebody is like that, another company can pick up that technology and manufacture a better product. So they cannot afford to have that kind of an attitude in today's context. It's not possible. You cannot have a Henry Ford here who says, I will make cars as long as it is black color. Absolutely not possible. And India, definitely not possible because 60% of your cars are white color. Yeah? That's the way they manufacture. You just go look around and in a car park or anywhere you will see a lot of white cars and then there will be other cars, other color cars. That's the way they manufacture. And so that today's context is different. You cannot have that. Yeah.
So good afternoon. It's a very great thought-provoking session.
Thank you.
So myself, Maninder, I want to ask one question, sir. So in today's youth, mostly like you mentioned the companies like Urban Company, Red Mojo. So these entrepreneurs, they must feel some time at the one point. So at one point, like we may die. Like in the like how we go ahead with the process. So if you have an idea to make it to the happen, idea to the happen. So we have many burdens in the life. Like at one point we may face the crisis. So how to make our idea happen, and how to make at one point without a distraction our thoughts.
Right. Yes. Wonderful questions, and very, very large question to be answering. Please have your seat. Thank you very much for that question.
Thank you, sir.
How do we convert my idea into action? I have a great business idea, right? How do I actually start up something, market it? How do I get seed funding? How do I use it properly? I think that question many of us don't ask, because many of them, once they get the first seed, their focus is shifted to getting a bigger second round. Yeah. But then second round people will come and ask you, what happened to the money that you got in the first initial investment, right? So now, those are different questions that we need to ask first when you're looking at a startup idea, right? It is possible for you to convert. There is going to be failure, there is going to be setbacks. Now, why these setbacks happen? It's primarily because there could be a fundamental flaw in the assumptions that we have made, right? Or there could be some other technical flaw in the technology that we are going to adopt. Okay, now that's where we need to ask a lot more harder questions to ourselves, right? Okay, now you have an idea. Now, what problem is this idea going to solve? You have a business idea, right? All businesses have come into existence for solving some problem, correct? That you agree with me, right? If there was no problem, I mean, sometimes some businesses have come to create problem and then solve it, right? That has also happened. Now, this is a fundamental question that you need to ask. I have a great idea. It looks amazing. I'm fascinated by this idea. Fine, good, wonderful. But what problem am I going to solve? Is that problem real? Is there anybody who is solving that, who already solved that problem, right? Can you, okay, fine, if these are all you have affirmative answers for this, yes for this, then say, can I sustain, right? Can I sustain this? All those basic theoretical, so-called theoretical framework of analyzing a business idea is what I'm going to suggest to you. And they are not simply theory out of the moon, correct? And based on research and experience is what they have been developed. So please apply all those meticulously. Many times we know it here, but we ourselves don't translate into action properly. Right now, that is the biggest thing that I would suggest you to do it. The second part of the question, sorry, I lost the thought of the second part of the question. First one is converting this to action. Second, continuing in the future, yeah, sustaining. And that, I think that also got answered. So you need to see if you have that need for a long time. If you do not have the need is coming down, then you need to reinvent yourself. No other go. Any company has reinvented themselves to the changing needs of the market, correct? All mobile phone companies. KFC is a classic example. If KFC had to be successful here, they had to give you vegetarian. Nowhere in the world KFC is vegetarian, correct? They also serve vegetarian food, correct? Nowhere in the world they give you chicken tikka burger and all that stuff. There it's always hamburger. And that business model itself was built on that, on standardizing the process, ingredients and the methodology, training, all that, correct? Now, the entire business model across the world was made on that, built on that. But in India, they had to change it if they had to survive. So if they have to meet the customer demands and consumer preferences, they have to reinvent themselves. There's no other go. And any company which is not wanting to do it, I mean, I'm not sure if they will be able to survive for long. I can even make that statement boldly. Hope I answered your question. I'm sorry if I'm taking more time than allotted, right? I think 5 minutes. 7 minutes more than allotted. I'm sorry about it.
We would now like to request Dr. Shyam Sundar Chitta, Deputy Director, SIBM Hyderabad, to felicitate our dignitary, Mr. Shekhar Jagannathan.
Before that, I would like to thank Dr. Jain, Nicholas, right, who's been a long-time friend. Thank you. Thanks, Alekia. Thanks, Garima, if you are here, right, who's been in touch with us. Thanks to my mentees, right. I had Snigdha, the mentee last year. This year I have Anmol and Himanshu. Thank you all for giving a great experience to be associated with SIBM. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing with us your views on the major shift that we are witnessing from Industry 4.0 to 5.0 and how the industry is getting more human-centric, moving beyond just profits to a refined and widened purposefulness. Thank you, sir, for encouraging our budding managers to have a fearless attitude and problem-solving mindset. It was an engaging session. Thank you, sir. Now, we would like to invite Mr. Ravi Kumar Jain, Director, SIBM Hyderabad, for the closing remarks.
What a day. Long but interesting. I think I missed Dilip's session. But we started very interestingly with ruthlessness and empathy about when we are traveling across these industrial revolutions and all, 1.0 to 5.0 and beyond and so on. And then we closed it with a very interesting, I would say, thought experiment of how future would look like, how we can craft more responsible Industry 5.0 or beyond, where sustainability and resilience would be the key. Most interesting takeaway, I think, from Shekhar is skill set, he said. You know, every year we get those UNDPs or, you know, that United Nations so-called celebrated or most wanted or most demand, you know, in demand skills and all that, list of skills. I think the 4 which you have listed, Shekhar, are eternal. Managing self, Tana, Mana, Dharma. So it says you manage yourself, manage people with you, and if you can work on problem solving or get a knack of problem solving, and of course, because you're traveling through the technology continuum, be with the technology. So technology is a new piece. Otherwise, these 3, problem solving, people management, and self-management have been eternal and very much recorded in Rig Veda and our own, you know, Indian text, saying that if you master yourself and if you master on people around you, you will be the greatest problem solver, and that's what Krishna was. So I think that was the biggest takeaway, and you label any industry 4.0, 5.0, 6.0, N.0 and so on, I think these fundamentals will not change as long as humans are there. And you were also talking about idea and its, how do you implement on that and all. The longevity of idea has to be associated with the human needs. As long as you evaluate your ideas based on, you know, its relevance to human needs, the changing human needs, you are there. It can be any business. I think the day has given a fantastic spectrum of thoughts from how you deal in the current, with the current generation of workers who are more knowledge workers and who look for more of sense of achievement rather than sense of sustainability or sense of survival. I mean, as somebody said, ki survival is taken care by my grandparents, my esteem needs were taken care by my parents, now I am looking for excitement at work. And anything that compromises that, I don't want to be in that place. I think from there in the first session, we moved on to how the Industry 5.0 would look like. I enjoyed all the session. I know I somehow missed Dilip's session, but I'm sure he must have highlighted on the similar, you know, thoughts. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow's session. Thanks to all the 4 speakers today, Vinod, Dilip, Shekhar, and Deepak, who you know, you have shared your thoughts, spared your time on a working day, and be with us, you know, coming all the way from city and from other cities also, and making our day. Thank you so much, and all the credits to the organizing team. Great beginning. We started on a very, very good note, and we are closing the day 1 with a fantastic, you know, note. So a huge round of applause to yourself. With great sense of satisfaction, I am repeating myself that I am happy that you are making me redundant year after year. And I am looking forward to a day where you don't need a director for doing anything on this campus. And you are going to lead, and this becomes a self-sustaining, automatic campus, led by all you guys, that is the Student Council. Thank you all. We'll sign up for the day and sign off for the day, and we'll catch up tomorrow morning. Thank you. See you all.
Thank you, sir.
So with this, we end our day 1 of SymbiTalks 6.0. We would like to thank our guests for the engaging and enriching session, setting a grand start for the event. We also take this moment to thank our enthusiastic audience. See you all tomorrow again. Thank you and have a great evening.
We have to check that Zoom code. Bring their mics also, sir. When you come